Hello, everybody. All of my extra special Saturday henchbuns. Hello, Swinerhead, Manos, Gotetsu, and Pie Great. I hope you're all having an excellent Saturday. Swinerhead, I gotta be real with you. I really wasn't sure if you were being sincere or if this was some sort of weird copy pasta you posted in the chat room. I was kind of confused by it. I didn't really know what you were saying. Jambalaya? Nice. You did talk about making that jambalaya yesterday, Gotetsu. I hope it turned out good. For your sake, if you're offering it to me. I don't really, yeah, I don't know. It did turn out good? Excellent. I love to hear it. We're fine. We're back. We're back for more Fate Stay Saturday. We're back for another Fate Stay Saturday, henchbuns. It's hot. It's hot today. It's another scorcher here at my Earthside HQ. It's making me really just want to go back to the moon for a while. Listen, I want to conquer the world as hard as the rest of you do. But, like, I think I should just, during summer, go back to the moon for a while. Where it's nice and cool. And we can just worry about the rest later. I think that would be a fine idea, because I'm tired of the heat. Truly. I'm truly tired of it being so goddamn hot. You have ice cream sandwiches in your freezer? I will consume them. It's like over 90 degrees today, and it's gonna be like 100 on Monday. I can't stand it. I can't, when it starts getting up into like triple digits, and that's like when I'm like, we gotta die. Everybody must die. Billions must die. Yeah, humidity is the worst. Makes my hair frizz up. Makes my skin feel bad. I have to moisturize like 2 times a day. Can't handle it. Cannot fucking stand it. Truly. I truly cannot stand it. But at least we're here together, henchbuns. At least misery enjoys company. We're gonna enjoy reading some more Fate Stay Night together. I can't believe Archer betrayed us like that. I cannot believe Archer, that bitch, betrayed us. I guess I should have seen it coming with how often he talked about, I don't care about anything. I want to fucking survive. I'll do anything to live. So I guess I should have seen it coming. Your girlfriend's from Switzerland and experiencing temperatures like you are here? That's a shame. I wish both of you well. You had to chase a gecko out of your house. Cold-blooded creatures not allowed. Warm-blooded mammals like bunnies only. But yeah, that's I think. Oh yeah, that's right. The last thing that happened in Fate was, they were like, we're gonna go talk to Ilya to see if we can form an alliance with her and Berserker. And I thought maybe this was the worst idea ever. I'm like, there's no way this is gonna work, right? There's no fucking way. There's no fucking way this is gonna end well. I can't see it going very well at all. But I don't know. Maybe I'm just cynical. Maybe Ilya is gonna be a good friend to us this time. And not just immediately sick Berserker on Rin and Shiro. Who can say? We're gonna have to find out. I can't say I'm confident, though. I can't say I am particularly confident in this going well. She'd probably find both Rin and Shiro getting cucked really funny, I guess. She's like, I'll do it, Shiro, but you have to be my big brother and let Takeuchi draw more lolicon baiting CGs or whatever. That's how I'm expecting this to go, basically. That's basically what I am expecting to happen. I'm not, you know, I'm not one to judge. I don't really care. I'm so beyond caring these days. But, like, I'm not into lolicon stuff myself. So, like, none of, like, Ilya's, like, Mesugaki act works on me. She's like, I'm so annoying. I'm such an annoying little girl. Don't you want to correct me? And I'm like, no, I want to kick you through a field goal like a football. I could do it. You're so small. No, I know people who, like, are crazy for Ilya. Not even in, like, a lolicon way. They just really like her. And I'm like, whatever you're doing here doesn't work for me at all. I just wanna fucking throw you with one hand because you're so tiny. Literally like a football. I could do it. None of that shit works on me, I'm afraid. I don't feel anything. You just like Fate Stay Night Ilya, Prisma Ilya has to go. Yeah, isn't like Prisma Ilya basically like a different character? I don't know much about that one. I also like her hat. That is true. She does have a fun hat. I like her. It's like that. I don't remember the name for that. It's a Russian hat. The tall Russian fuzzy hat. I don't know what the name is for it. I know fucking Kalinka, Dr. Cossack's daughter from Mega Man wears one. It's like very typical Russian hat. Ushanka? I think that's right. I think I've heard that word before. But, you know, I just want to fucking yeet this lolly into space. I don't want anything to do with her. I just think she's annoying. I think some of the moments I like the most with her is when the visual novel is acknowledging that, like, it's kind of fucked up that her family raised her to be a magic gun. Like, that's like where the meat is for me. But anyways, we can talk more about that when we're actually reading it and Ilya is on the screen. Oh yeah, and the other one thing I like about Ilya is that one, like, CG where it has like a fisheye lens view of her face, so it looks like she's looking into your door cam. Anyways. Let's lower the monitor, shall we? Shall we lower the monitor? Yes, it is being lowered. Excellent. Alright, let's read more Fate Stay Night. Yes, that Ilya glitch I got shown was also extremely funny. There's so many of them. They're crawling all over the walls. Oh yeah, the Steam sale ended a couple days ago. Because I'm mentioning this because I'm looking at Steam, and I bought 4 Steam games on the sale. I bought Parking Garage Rally, because that looks really fun. I bought Ninja Saviors, Return of the Warriors, which is it was a Taito beat-em-up. It's one of those ones like the Pocky and Rocky, and the other ninja game I played with the Lily Berry Salmon, where it's like a remake with fantastic sprite work. That looks really fun. I haven't gotten to that one yet. And then I bought 2 visual novels. I bought the Dark Woke duology of Dramatical Murder and Of the Devil. I think I have been like I'm not like a real yaoi fan until I read Dramatical Murder. Yeah, it's on Steam. I did know that one funny thing about DMND is that it is it's literally one of the short list of like Steam's actually banned games. Like, you're not, like, it's on Steam's, Twitch's list. Like, you're not allowed to stream it. Which is really funny to me. I will not forget my sexy glasses. I'm waiting for, I'm trying to capture the game first. I appreciate it, though. Come on. Why isn't it launching? Running install script. What the hell? What the hell? Oh, there it goes. That's weird. Alright, I'm gonna capture it. I'm capturing the game much like I capture princes and heroes and put them in big cages over lava pits. You can't really do that with video games, though. Let me make sure. Yep. All right, say goodbye to the playlist. What about acid vats? I guess so. I just mean like it's a digital download on Steam. I can't really put it in a cage. That was my whole point. All right, let us continue our reading. Let's see what Ilya has for us in this route. She hasn't been very present in this route like she was in the Fate one. I feel like in the Fate route by now we'd already had the big fight with Berserker. Versus Berserker. Well, that's a good indication of how this is going to go, I guess. Interlude 13-1. She ponders in the dark by herself. It has already been a day since she attacked the church and killed the priest. I'm having a hard time believing Kirei is actually dead. I'm half believing he'll like pop out at the last second and go, "It was me. I'm the final boss again." It has already been a day. It has been a day since she declared that she will find it no matter where it is hidden, if it exists. The verses is an acronym for very silly. Oh, that's right. Just Berserker is going to be very silly today. It may not be the case for other servants, but there is no way someone as versed in magecraft as her cannot find a holy relic like the Holy Grail. Then there is only one answer. The Holy Grail never existed in this church to start with. Letting out a small sigh, she puts her finger on her temple. When she closes her eyes, the heavy darkness weighs heavily on her whole body. That is simply a scream. It is not someone else's. The scream comes from her body and mind, telling her that she is in a critical state of fatigue. It has already been a month since she was summoned. During that time, she has done her best just to win. Her master is an ordinary person without a magic circuit, and she herself is the weakest of the servants. In order to make up for that shortcoming, she abused magecraft that was prohibited. She has been exploiting the citizens. She's manipulating the ley line using human sacrifices and the threads of magical energy that she placed throughout the town. That is the cause for why she was called a witch when she was alive. But she had never used them before. She should have never used them, and she had no intention of doing the forbidden. So, why did she end up using them for such a meaningless kill fest? No kill fest is meaningless to me. She became a heroic spirit for her own revenge. However, she understands that it is meaningless to use the magecraft that diminished her to being a witch. She only uses trivial magecraft. It was her creed to inflict certain curses that people referred to as disasters. They could cause people to destroy themselves with their own greed and return to their true selves. That was all the revenge she could manage. So what caused her to stray from her path so much? That's fair, I guess. Wishes are cool. Free wish. That is a lie. She knows the true identity of the Holy Grail. She has known what the thing is and for what objective servants like her are summoned for a long time. It is true that most wishes can be granted by the Holy Grail that appears in this town. It could allow her to stay in this world as a physical entity instead of a heroic spirit, thereby allowing her to live a second life as a human. But at what cost? However, she mutters and closes her eyes. She empties her mind. For a moment, she temporarily lets her guard down and rests her mind. She hears the sound of rain. It was a moonless night. Her empty heart wanders in the surrounding pitch-black darkness. That is where she met him. with a bloody body and frozen limbs. That coincidence was a miracle among miracles. It took place at the mountain that houses Ryudo Temple. Falling rain. She wanders aimlessly in the gloomy, dense forest. Are you good? She leaves behind traces of blood. In her hand is the dagger that breaks contracts. The purple robe was wet from the rain, and her limbs had turned white from the winter rain. She staggers around, holding on to the trees for support. She walked on, dirtied with mud, her breath ragged, reaching out her hand as if asking for help. She did not look like her usual self that is always composed. No, there were not even any remnants of magical energy. She's exhausted. There is only a fistful of magical energy left in her. For a servant, magical energy is like the body that allows them to exist. But she was losing all of her magical energy because her master was not supplying her with any. But that was only natural. She killed her own master just now. That is the sole cause for her exhaustion. She, the servant known as Castor, was trying to disappear in this mountain as compensation for obtaining freedom. I see. She did not want to be here. A dry laugh. It is funny that her body is falling apart after she stabbed her vulgar master in the back. Moreover, it is also funny how she underestimated her connection with her master. She had done well. Her master was a legitimate master. He was in his 30s, had an average build, and didn't have many notable characteristics. Some sort of mob character. He didn't have any intention to fight, but dreamed only of winning. He was a man that only waited for the self-destruction of the other masters in the shadows. The man didn't trust Castor. He disliked Castor as a skilled mage, and he insulted her for being inferior to other servants. She gave up on him after a few days. She acted as an obedient servant and continued to fulfill the man's self-esteem. As a result, she made him use up his command spells on simple, meaningless things. She told him he did not need his command spells. She made him believe that she would pledge her loyalty to her master even without the command spells, which really he should have seen as a red flag. In conclusion, it was his fault for believing her. Yeah, I'm kind of in agreement there. I would not fall for that. Oh, it's fine. You don't need those command spells. I'll do whatever you say even without them. Yeah, right. The master used his 3 command spells on meaningless things, and he was killed by Castor at that moment. It was easy. It was unpleasant for her contract with that man to still exist, so she finished him off with the contract breaker. Yeah, that guy was dumb as hell. I agree completely. That guy was stupid. But she had made a mistake. Servants exist using the supply of magical energy from their master. But it isn't just about obtaining magical energy. Servants are only allowed to exist in this age because they are connected to a human from this age. In other words, to lose one's master, their passport to this age, means being deported to the outside world. However, one would not normally be this exhausted. This is the curse that her master left. Her master did not approve of Castor, a mage that is more skilled than him. Therefore, he always kept her magical energy supply at a level below his own. Bro was... honestly, with that mentality, bro was not winning anyways. If I had summoned Castor, I would have been like, here, take it all. Fucking take as much magical energy as you need. That's like your thing. If we're gonna win this thing, I think you need a lot of magic power. Bro was not in it to win it. He did not have a winner's mentality. I'd have given Castor a bad bitch all the magical energy she needed to fucking wipe out all the other servants. I feel like Castor, you know, they keep calling Castor like weak, and I understand why, because she has trouble in a direct confrontation. But I'm just like, here, take all the magical energy to do whatever bullshit you need to do to kill everybody from 500 miles away. That's what I would do. The amount of magical energy that a human possesses is not enough to keep a heroic spirit in this world. She would normally be able to last 2 days, even if she lost her master. But this time is different. Her magical energy was drastically decreasing with every second, and she starts to see the end. Probably a few more minutes. She will disappear if she doesn't find the next master to make a contract with. She is going to disappear before she could even fight, as a pitiful servant that got summoned just to be trampled on, unable to accomplish anything at all. Anime expands on the flashback? Interesting. It was vexing. It was vexing, but it was not a big deal. Because it was always like that. She was always treated unfairly. She was always someone else's tool, and she was never understood by anyone. Yes. Yes. Yeah, exactly, Manos. Like, I'd have had her doing that leyline shit from the beginning. Her life was always controlled by someone else. Her mind was destroyed at a young age in order to save Jason, a hero chosen by the gods. Just for the sake of the hero, the goddess of beauty happened to favor. The goddesses cursed her to blindly love a man she did not even know. With a blank mind, she betrayed her father and even her own country. She has no recollection of anything that happened afterwards. After everything was over, the girl, who was a princess, was in an unfamiliar country. The girl who betrayed her father, the king, for a man. The witch who cut apart her own brother and mercilessly threw the pieces into the sea. The man who wished for that in order to become the king cast her aside, saying that he could not marry a witch. She was taken to an unfamiliar country while still being manipulated, was labeled as a witch, and the only person she could rely on threw her away. That is her origin. She had nothing to be blamed for, and the people around her understood that. Yeah, I'd be mad too. Despite that, the people still demanded that she continue to play the role of a witch. An evil to protect the king. An evil to be on the receiving end of dark superstitions. They wanted a convenient scapegoat that they could blame for any disaster. You know, this is actually making an interesting parallel between Castor and Saber, right? Saber was also, as king, treated as kind of like a scapegoat for every bad thing that ever happened. Interesting. It's like pottery, it rhymes. That system hasn't changed. Humans desire an easily understandable evil so that they can reassure themselves of their own goodness. In that regard, she was the perfect scapegoat. The father she could rely on was in a distant country. There was not a single person who defended her, so the people could comfortably blame her for things. How they are poor, how they hate others, how people are ugly, even how people die. They decided that everything was that witch's fault. Not happy about it. She wasn't happy about it. And now she's trapped in the fucking Holy Grail War cycle as a heroic spirit. That's why she just accepted it. Since she can only live as a witch, she decided to live like a witch. She just swore that she would show them how ugly the thing they desired and celebrated was. If people do not know their ugliness, then so be it. They can stay ignorant, go to hell for their own crimes, and suffer forever. They will not be able to get out of hell. They can only suffer as criminals for the rest of their lives, since they do not know what crimes they have committed. That is the meaning of existence she has imposed for herself. The role that they gave to the girl who had been called a witch and never had free will. Tragic backstory for Castor Song. But something like that. It's not something that someone wished for. That is the same for her. She just continues to seek revenge without any wishes of her own. Yes, until she met this stranger at this moment. A rustling sound. She glares ahead while struggling to remain conscious. It is midnight. What kind of human would come into this forest? It was a heavy voice. She did not even have the composure to check who it was. She just thought it was all over. She had no power to use magecraft. Her purple robe might have looked like a coat, but she was covered in blood from the waist down. A woman covered in blood is hiding in this rain. It was obvious what this human would do just from seeing that. They would run away first. What would they do after that? They would either report it or pretend they hadn't seen it. Either way, it did not matter to her, so she could not move as she wanted to. That caused the last of her spirit to give out. Her final moment was lonely and cold, just like the end of her true lifetime. Or so she thought. When she regained her consciousness, she was at that place. Sitting in front of her was that human, that man she met in the woods. He's nice after all. Is what I said last stream actually going to be true? Is that, like, Caster and this guy actually really love each other? That would be so funny. Those were his first words. When she watched the man with the blank amazement. The man tells her in a tone of voice that doesn't change. That was how she met her master, Soichiro Kozuki. Kozuki was a strange man. Should he be called a ghost? He had no reason to live, but he had no reason to die. He was just there, and since he existed, he just did what was given to him. He had no self. That was her first impression of him, so she thought it would be easy for him to turn him into a puppet. She gradually realized that was a mistake. Soichiro Kozuki has no past. He has no self because he has no past. But it does not mean that Kozuki himself is empty. In reality, Kozuki was a sincere man. He easily accepted her when she told him she wanted him to be her master and when she revealed her identity. Some themes going on here? I have no idea what you can mean. I have no clue what you could be talking about. Don't be ridiculous. My stories about things other than hype moments and aura? Ridiculous. Of course, if she replies to him that it is the truth, then he would accept it. She was able to stay in this world by gaining a new master, and was able to return to her role as a witch. Even now, she thinks that was a miracle. She would have disappeared before she awakened if she had not been taken to Ryudo Temple. Ryudo Temple is a demonic place for servants, but it is a perfect place for summoning once inside. The bounded field that surrounds Ryudo Temple is useful for keeping any inhuman beings inside from disappearing. She was saved right before she was going to disappear because she was brought to Ryudo Temple. If it had been a different place, she would have vanished after being taken there. As a result, she found the best ley line and an impregnable defense. She was easily able to take over Ryudo Temple, figured out the mechanism of the Holy Grail, and summoned Assassin as the fifth servant. So yeah, Assassin had no original master. He was just summoned by Caster. It's a little STS, or I'm sorry, S4S, servant for servant. But such things are trivial matters. She was certainly lucky that night. Many miracles saved her, and now victory is within her sight. But none of it is worth her thanks. If there was nothing, she would have just been as content to give up. There was just one thing that was really important. A very small matter that is not important for anyone else. The coincidence that she was able to meet Soichiro Kozuki is a miracle beyond belief. But even that's not going well. No, she sighs that nothing she does go well. She's like, I'm such a fat fucking chud. Failure. Her master won't be happy even if she does such a thing like this. He has not had any interest in the Holy Grail from the start. If he had a clear wish, she would do her best to grant it, but Soichiro Kozuki has none. A one-sided relationship. They do not get along well. Even the fact that their relationship is like that shows things aren't going well. She turns to the intruder. It is not her master standing there. It is the knight in a red cloak, Archer, whose identity is still unknown. This fucking guy. He's gonna say something like shitty to her. He's gonna be like a total dick for no reason. One saber is fully mind broken. Then we can defeat Berserker. And granted, I feel like Berserker, as fucking huge and strong as he is, would have a hard time fighting Archer, Saber, and Caster. That's a lot. That's a lot to deal with. I just hated that bitch. Alright, man. Archer's frivolous talk has some truth to it. But, what does that mean? Does that mean Archer had no intention of betraying, but betrayed his master only because he wanted to break his contract with Rin Tozaka? That brat. I do like the bit that, like, actually most of us just hate working for most masters. Which makes sense, because most masters would be mages, which, as it's been well established, are mostly cunts. Literally so much dialogue about mages is about how they mostly all suck. I don't know if Berserker is satisfied so much as he doesn't really think about anything. Maybe I'm wrong, though. That is right. The quality of a servant changes depending on the summoner. Summoners with dark shadows in their mind cannot summon heroic spirits who are on the side of light. In that regard, she and Ryder are not heroic spirits. A twisted summoner calls for twisted heroic spirits. Just as Ryder was once a beautiful being, so too Caster was once a pure being. It is ironic that the heroic spirit that Caster summoned was a fictional hero. I love that they call out Assassin for not being a real guy so much. Like, we don't know if Koichiro was ever a real guy. We only know that legend about Musashi killing him with a boat oar. But Miyamoto Musashi might have made that shit up. We don't know. The Grail's gotten fucked up and evil, though, so you can summon evil guys. The Third War, huh? That does not concern her now. She is also not interested in the true nature of the Holy Grail. Her mission as the servant that goes by Caster is only to win this war. She is not interested in what comes after. No, to be honest, that is not the end she wishes for. Most common theory is that Musashi ambushed the guy and didn't actually do him. Yeah. Like, even that shit about him, like, fucking him with him and making him wait and then shining the sun in his eyes and then hitting him with a boat oar might have been made up. Musashi, as far as I know, was a guy who just made up shit all the time. My understanding of Musashi as a historical figure is that even while he was alive, he was a guy who was obsessed with his own legend. The knight in red goes up the stairs with an unchanging tone of voice. She watches him in silence and takes a deep sigh. One more day until Saber surrenders. She has not been able to find the Holy Grail as of yet, but she will be one step closer to the end once Saber joins her ranks. What will happen once the war ends? Castor shall make every wish come true with that power. Continuing to live as a witch, just as she swore to when she was alive, wouldn't be so bad. But there will be no reason once the war ends. Even if she still has the will, her owner will have no reason to be her master anymore. She wants it for her. Castor extends her pale hand into empty space. Her long and hard work is about to be rewarded, but her expression is like that of a criminal who is about to be executed. Everybody's just trying to fucking die in this, I've noticed. Interlude out. Everybody's just like, I want the Holy Grail so it can kill me. Oh, we're back in the past. I love the trauma flashback. I saw many corpses. I died at that time and was reborn. I don't have repentances about the path I took. My eyes lost their hatred. My hands lost their anger. My feet lost their hope. And I lost myself there. I lost everything. It is not because I gave up that I accepted that nothing would be saved. I just found out that it's natural. It's just that dying people will die and survivors will survive. I laid down on the mountain of rubble and gazed at the spreading ruins. I understood everything then. I thought I understood everything. But I still thought about it. If I can save everything here, how wonderful that would be. Yeah, well, it didn't fucking happen, did it? That is what I admired. I just thought that it would be nice if no one had to suffer. I tried to become a hero of justice for that sake. It was easy to understand, and it seemed like an ideal way to live. That's why I aimed for it. I can see where I had to be, and there are many ways to get there. I just kept on running, wanting to get as close to it as possible, even though I didn't know what was right or wrong. Many paths that I took were crooked, and my destination was only getting farther away. I'm taking the long way. I have been repeating this for 10 years since I got saved by Kiritsugu, but I won't regret it. I'm not skilled like Tosaka. I will take the wrong path and lose many things at times, but I can't disregard them as meaningless. I have to show meaning for why I survived, for the sake of things I have trampled over and things that won't come back. I won't lose for that sake. It can't be helped if I lose against others, but I can win against myself. I can always resist against my mind that says to give up. That's all I swore upon. There's only one thing that I believed in and wanted to believe in. Yes. Even if I'm walking down the wrong path, I will not regret believing in it. Okay. That's cool. I'm awakened by the light pouring in from outside. It's before 6 a.m. The sky outside the window is cloudy, as if sprinkled with ashes. I get ready and leave my room. My body is in good condition, and there is not much pain in my wound anymore. I shouldn't be a burden to Tosaka like this, even if we were to engage in battle. If you say so. Oh, her glasses! Is this the first time we've seen her with glasses? They're really cute. I'm ready, but, Tosaka has transformed. The glasses are cute. I don't think she ever wore them in the favorite. Huh? Are you like nearsighted? Do you need reading glasses? Well, I guess that's fine if she says so. I wonder what kind of magecraft that is that makes it look so wrong yet so right. I love the glasses. The forest. The scary forest where a scary little German girl lives. Some sort of Schwarzwald. Are there no, like, trails or anything? I nod silently. Our destination is the Einsburn Villa that is said to be somewhere in that forest. That girl, our fate is decided the moment our negotiation with Ilyasivl breaks down and we end up fighting. We can't call for help, and it will be difficult to run away. We can't escape from the forest alive if we don't defeat that giant, berserker. The scariest guy we've ever seen. You're a Saber guy, but Rin really does check 70 boxes. Yeah, I like both Saber and Rin a lot. I'm glad after how fucking terrible Akiha was, Nasu figured out how to write a proper tsundere. I can't fucking stand Akiha. I hate that bitch. She picks up a Boston bag full of things and starts walking. I go after her with my bamboo sword bag in one hand. But Tosaka, money for the taxi is fine, but does that mean we'll be walking on the way back home? Maybe she's better in the remake. I'll read the Tsukihime remake someday for certain. We ride the taxi for an hour from town. We ride on the endless highway, passing several mountains, and reach the entrance of the forest. Of course, there are no paved roads in the forest. We walk about 1 kilometer from the highway and finally reach the entrance to the forest. Okay, I need you not to end every sentence with the forest. It's getting a little annoying. I knew it wasn't going to be easy, but I can't help but get nervous once I actually face it. The forest is dark, even though it's daytime. The tall branches that cover the sky shut out the sunlight, and it's hard to see more than 10 meters ahead, let alone the end of the forest. I've noticed Nasu really likes a certain sort of repetition. I complain as I enter the forest. God damn it. See what I mean? Then... Ah, that must be the bandit field. I pull back my foot reflexively. I only felt numb for an instant. The numbness itself is subtle, and it hurts way more to stub your toe on a dresser. Well, it's basically like a static shock. Choto mate. Choto a minute here. We're just coming for a friendly chat. It's gonna be fine. Tosaka waves her hand and steps into the forest. At that moment... I guess it hits harder for her. Tosaka lets out a funny scream and jumps back. Ooh-ah! I hear crackling electricity. I want to believe that it's my imagination that the leaves piled up under Tosaka's feet are scorched. Pranked indeed. I calmly explain the situation. I wish they had drawn a sprite of her like a cartoon ass. Her hair is like frizzed up and shit. But it doesn't seem like Tosaka is listening to me. Me? No. No, I would never laugh at Rin's misfortunes. Tosaka yells at the empty space where there isn't anyone. I don't know where that line went, as her threatening attitude seems like she might go fight instead of talk. Well, anyways, it seems like talking bad about Tosaka is fatal no matter how far away you are from her, so I should be careful. Yeah, she's got a long range. We walk through the forest. We're the only living humans among these infinite trees. I don't hear the breathing of any beasts, and the plants in winter are as lifeless as corpses. The endless sea of trees that seem to go on forever makes me constantly feel apprehension. It's already been 3 hours since we entered the forest. It's way past noon, and just as I have become unable to tell whether there have been any changes in the landscape... Mitsukata. I followed Tosaka's line of sight. There's only darkness ahead, between the trees. There is some incredibly out-of-place thing that can be seen through cracks that are so small they could be easily missed by anybody who doesn't pay close attention. A wall? Oh, I see. This must be what they referred to, where they got the fucking thing they used to summon and turn Heracles into a berserker. Tosaka curses and heads to the strange object we see in the distance. I follow after her, still bewildered, unable to grasp what it is. We get out of the forest. The forest that seemed to be endless abruptly ends. No, it seems like the traces of the forest vanished, as if they carved out just this part with a big spoon. The gray sky curving above us is so high that I can't see everything. A huge dome-like space. This is more like an underground kingdom instead of an open space. Yeah, very, very fairy tale. I know a traced building when I see one. That was Iliasfiel's dwelling. The old castle built in the middle of the forest. It is a solitary castle in the forest that has no visitors. It's too big for that girl to live in, and it's too lonely to live in alone. Though, to be fair, if I had to draw intricate brickwork, I would be tracing that shit too. Or at least heavily referencing. Anyway, it does no good to falter here. According to Tosaka, Iliasfiel knows that we came here. Then we should go confidently away from the front entrance to show that we don't have any enmity. Oh, I misread that. Then we should go confidently from the front entrance. Tosaka looks up at the castle with an alarming expression. Her side profile looks as tense as it does when she's confronting an enemy. Hold on a sec, Tosaka. I'm taking a picture. You look tough. Uh-oh. Who else could it be? Gilgamesh, maybe? We haven't seen Lancer in a while. Maybe it's him. Without a chance to stop... We haven't seen fucking Lancer this entire fucking VN, now that I realize. This entire route, rather. It's another incident of Lancer just fucking disappears after that fight with Shiro at the very beginning. What's that guy's deal? Without a chance to stop her, Tosaka starts running to the big tree by the wall. No, that's not all. Tosaka grabs onto a branch and skillfully climbs up. I look up in astonishment. Tosaka looks around the castle and she jumps and kicks at the castle's second floor. Okay. I don't know if we had to go this far. A shattering sound. A window breaks and the red figure disappears into the castle. This is the castle where Ilya turns you into a meat doll, so... But what's done is done. I also climb the tree and jump into the second floor of the castle like Tosaka. I go out to the hallway from the room where we invaded. Oh yeah, I can sure hear the sounds of fighting. Before I can even marvel at how magnificent this place is, the abnormality Tosaka mentioned earlier grabs my attention. The sound echoing is definitely the sound of battle. The sound of swords clashing. But is a storm-like sword fight like this even possible? Even the most intense sword fight that I've witnessed so far, the one between Saber and Berserker, didn't make these kinds of sounds. Okay, I bet it's Gilgamesh. Then I suddenly realize, this doesn't sound like your average sword fight. This is one against many. There is literally a war going on somewhere in this castle. There's no doubt about one of them is Berserker. This castle is Ilyasviel's castle. If a battle were to occur, it would only be when Berserker is attacking an intruder. I start running. The sounds are echoing from below. Judging from where the sounds are coming from relative to our entry point, the battle is in the center of the castle, in the reception hall. I run through the unfamiliar castle. This isn't the time to be exchanging opinions. I don't know what's happening, but it feels like it will lead to permanent consequences. Full life consequences! I run down the stairs. The fierce sword fight is happening close by. I bet it's Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh is like the only other guy I can think of who would give Berserker a hard time. Probably win. Tosaka checks the end of the passage. The hallway splits at a T-junction, and both seem to lead to the terrace at either side of the hall. Let's split up and search for clues. It's better to split up than to stay together in one place. With the way we are now, we don't have any way to escape if we are found. We don't stand a chance either way. So we'll split up. If we split up, even if one was found, there's hope that the other can manage to escape somehow. Tosaka goes down the hallway facing east. I nod and go down the other hallway. The other hallway on the other side facing west. She suddenly stops me. Yeah, we're gonna... If we try to engage, we're just gonna get, like, blended. Gilgamesh, the kind of guy to do skateboard tricks over Berserker? Yeah. He'd probably style on Berserker super hard. Berserker's got that, like, multiple lives thing, but Gilgamesh has a lot of swords, is the thing. Her voice is suppressing her emotions. That sounded more like a plea than a warning. I go around and come out onto the terrace of the lobby. I see Tosaka emerge from the opposite side of the terrace far away. She immediately takes cover and peeks out to see what's going on while hiding. The instant we look down at the hall, we both suppress our voices. Yeah, it's Gilgamesh. This fucking scumbag. Shinji stands atop the rubble in the corner of the lobby, observing the spectacle with joy. No, that's not it. That's not the surprising thing. Right now, the truth that I have to accept now is the battle that Shinji is observing. Yeah, you fucked up our Resident Evil foyer. How am I ever gonna find the club key now? The black giant lets out a roar. The swinging axe sword stirs up a cloud of dust and crushes the rubble into powder. Berserker is no different than before. No, his blood-curdling roar doesn't compare to what it sounded like before. Behind the giant is the pale white girl. Berserker's master, Ilyasviel. That girl was always smiling innocently and unfit for a kill fest. That girl is now shivering and staring at her own servant about to cry out. Her pale face is desperately trying to deny the despair in front of her. Someone help me. That's what the trembling lips of the snow-white girl seemed to say. A whirlwind blows violently. Berserker's axe sword is repelled each time. The translator for this route really loves the phrase kill fest. I mean, it has shown up a lot, but I guess I can't blame. That's basically what it is. The Holy Grail War. In the center of the hall, some sort of battle royale, you could say. In the center of the hall, by the noble phantasm of one servant reigning the throne of rubble. Yeah, it's the fucking go. Oh my god, what is... Every fit is worse than the last with this guy. What is this, dude? Tuck in your shirt. The countless number of swords dance. You're wearing a fucking tracksuit and a button-up shirt. What is this? This is his least bad fit. That's true. The one in the Fate route was really bad. The fuckboy fit in the Fate route was fucking terrible. You're wearing a button-up shirt, a tracksuit jacket, and what looks like not a tracksuit pants, though. Those just look like slacks. What are you doing here? Also, his hair is different from the Fate route. What's up with that? Like, in the Fate route, he had, like, spiky hair. This is what I mean. Yeah, they look like dress pants. This is what I mean when I say Gilgamesh dresses like the lowest rated host at the club. Like, you go to the host club and you get Gilgamesh and you're like, oh my god, this guy sucks. He's got the worst service. Each one of the weapons appearing behind the man is undeniably a fatal weapon. He raids Kotomine's closet? That would be funny. They pierce through. Like hot water. The bottomless noble phantasm destroys Berserker's body, as if repelling his axe sword wasn't already enough. Exactly, Pygrade. Not even in a fun, sexy way. His limbs fly off. The swords cut through his body, penetrate his head, and pierce his heart. But he still does not die. The giant revives after each instantaneous death that he suffers and resolutely advances toward his enemy. 8 times already, Berserker moves forward while being killed mercilessly that many times. The enemy welcomes him with a smile. The repeated tragedy. Berserker is killed many times, unable to get close to his enemy. It's not because Berserker is being defeated without being able to do anything. That man, that servant, is beyond belief. All the noble phantasms that are repeated infinitely are real. I can tell since I have projected Archer's swords. Those are the original versions of every noble phantasm, the ones from before they became legends. Who could he be, being a heroic spirit who's able to retain so many weapons? No, first of all, there should be 7 servants. Then he's the 8th one. Is he the one who shouldn't exist? Some sort of 8th killer on Rokenshima. Wait, no, I'm thinking of something else. I can't breathe. Berserker is nothing less than astounding. A body made out of steel and that superhuman strength. On top of that, he can regenerate on the spot even if he dies. He's not an opponent that can be matched. The 8th servant doesn't retreat from such a monstrous opponent and overwhelms Berserker with the repeated magic swords and holy swords. When I look up, Tosaka's face on the other side was also pale. It's only natural. The space below us is a land of death. We'll die instantly if we enter it. No, more than that. He is a demon. A different atrocity than Berserker. This man lacks order and wishes for battles only for the objective of killing. But, even with such an unusual enemy in front of him, the Black Giant's still the strongest. He's so mad, is the thing. Man literally too angry to die. His steps don't cease, even if his whole body is pierced or cut up. He receives the rain of noble phantasms, regenerates each time, and surely closes in on his enemy. It is an advance devoid of tactics. He is not thinking of any ways of countering his enemy's attacks. He moves forward as long as he is alive. It is a savage battle about just killing the enemy. I like to think Gilgamesh does orchestrated conductor gestures during this shit. That would be cool. He will not reach the enemy. Berserker's brute courage will prove futile, and his life will end just as a mere target. That enemy understands that. That's why he stopped on purpose, and is just provoking the giant that foolishly moves forward. There is no chance of victory for the Black Giant with this method. It's something that the man confronting him and I, looking as an outsider, can tell. And most likely, even Berserker himself, who was being used for target practice, must have realized that same thing a while back. It's not like he has many other actions, though. Yet the giant keeps stupidly moving forward. He knows no retreat, and doesn't try to avoid the attacks. That man welcomes the figure with a smile. Well, as a berserker, he kind of doesn't have a brain. The noble phantasms appear. Roaring with laughter, the man commands the noble phantasms behind him. God, this outfit, dude. At his signal, the numerous noble phantasms attack the giant. The giant repels a majority of them, and at the same time, a majority of them take his life. The black giant shakes. The body of rock starts to fall. But the giant holds out and shakes off the noble phantasms clinging all over his body. The astonishment comes from that man. The black giant gets rid of the swarm of noble phantasms and closes in on his enemy. His body is already a corpse. The black giant advances with what should be a hopelessly fatal wound. That is the result of a strong will. It is not the madness due to being berserker. The giant is facing this hopeless battle with a strong will. The magic bullets are fired mercilessly. Repelling them with his axe sword, the giant closes in on the man with his body slashed and his legs pierced. He most likely won't reach the man. Yet for him to still challenge himself while understanding that, he must have something that he cannot give up. What is he moving forward for? The servant fights for his master to protect her life. That is why that giant did not retreat. He could only move forward as a shield to protect his master behind him, the frightened girl, from the rain of noble phantasms. The giant resumes his foolish advancement. It is because he knew that he could only defeat that enemy while protecting Iliasfiel by taking all the attacks himself. And if he is able to reach his enemy, then that is when he wins. It was this kind of battle from the start. The man has to kill the black giant before he reaches him, and the giant has to approach the man before his life ends. This is a battle where whoever accomplishes their own goal first survives. The giant is aware of that, even if that is a battle that he had no chance of winning from the start. I like that they're even as Berserker, they give him like a kind of a, I guess, a nobility, you could say. Like he's kind of noble in his desire to protect Ilya, at least. Like it's legitimate. He lets out a roar. Coming out of his 10th death, the black giant runs. He charges towards the man, stirring up rubble like a bull challenging a matador. Numerous arrows are released. Did he get used to it from the repeated deaths, or was it his final charge? The giant repels all the arrows and closes in on the owner of the noble phantasms. This axe sword is swung. The strong sword that had not been swung at the man at all zips through the air with a flash. Chain of the heavens! The black bull is captured by the numerous chains that appear. Well, it just never was to be. What kind of noble phantasm is it? The chains that suddenly appeared in midair lock up Berserker as if binding space itself. Womp womp. The chains tighten Berserker's arms and twist them in every direction. As the chains wrap around his body, they continuously get tighter and even try to squeeze his rock-like neck off with tension. The man's voice. The hall is filled with the creaking sounds of the chain. It must be Berserker's strength. The giant tries to cut off the chains that control space itself. Even if it initially sounds impossible, there's no doubt the giant can accomplish it. And of course, the man understood that as well. She's saying it like he's a Pokemon. Get back into your Pokeball, Berserker, where it's safe. The girl screams. Iliasviel uses a command spell to command Berserker to retreat by force. But the giant is still captured by the chains and unable to move an inch. Well, that sucks. Well, I feel like that command spell should be allowed to be refunded then. And then, the man points to the giant as if to signal the end. An astonished girl's voice. Well, rip Berserker. You existed in this route only to be power-scaled, I guess. It's over. This time, it really ends. Bounded by chains and therefore unable to defend himself, he gets annihilated by the noble phantasm 22 times. The black giant goes silent as he is forced to assume the shape of what can only be described as a strange statue. There's no need to even check whether he's breathing or not. Yeah, I can't imagine Berserker losing. Even if he is a great hero that overcame 10 deaths, he should not be able to get back up after experiencing over 20 deaths. Yes. Even if he is alive, the giant should not have enough strength to even breathe. And the battle ends. It was known from the start who was going to win. Berserker could not win against that servant. No servant can be a match for that man as long as they are a heroic spirit. Heroic spirits each have their own weaknesses, which have been preserved from their time as living beings. By extension, each servant's origin story is their weakest point. Then, what would be the result of having a heroic spirit face off against someone who possesses all the noble phantasms, including the one that ended their life as a human? This is the result. Even if he may have been stronger as a hero, he cannot win against that man as long as he's a heroic spirit. He was my bestie! The ghostly white girl runs to the black giant that became a corpse. And the man mercilessly slashes the girl with the sword in his hand. Damn, okay. She screams. The man takes away the girl's vision with a single horizontal strike. God damn. Damn, Gilgamesh. For the next attack, the aim is to stab her heart. But that misses. No, he missed on purpose. The girl is pierced in the lung, and she coughs up blood. The chains are broken. Oh, you made him mad. You made him really mad. He's going fucking Super Saiyan over here. The black giant breaks the chains and launches an attack on the man. The man stabs the slow-witted target. The spear pierces his heart. He finishes off the giant with a spear similar to Lancer's noble phantasm, Guy Bolg. Well, it was a worthy attempt. Then it ends. The black giant dies for sure this time. The sword is pulled out from the collapsed girl. Leaving traces of red behind, the girl crawls to the giant that is no longer moving. Watching in delight, the man walks forward. He threw away his sword. He will use his bare hands to finish off the dying girl. Wow, he really hates this girl for some reason. Why does he hate Ilya so much? I'll die. I'll probably die. I'll die for sure this time. Again, Nasu's fucking favorite. That servant has no logic. He will kill anyone in his way. If I don't get away from here before he finds me, I will surely be killed. So Stop the man! Here's what I'm thinking. I don't think Shiro can control himself. Then again, the last time I was like, Shiro can't control himself. You better jump in now. I got a bad end. But I'm thinking this is one of those times where we should not let Shiro control himself. Jump in. My frozen body bursts out. My feet lift me up, and my arms grab the railing at the same time. I see Tosaka's face as I do so. She is biting her lip in frustration, glaring at the tragedy happening below us. I know. It's obvious Tosaka wants to stop him as well. But I'm the only one stupid enough to try. But we'll be the ones killed if we do so. There's no way we can stop him. That goes the same for me. I know that it's stupid of me to die trying to save the dying girl. I don't care about that. I can't leave that girl be. That's what overtakes my mind. Something, hero of justice. I jump over the railing. Tosaka and Shinji both look in surprise at the intruder, but that man doesn't even see me jumping down. The man reaches out to the girl in white. Damn it! I yell at the top of my lungs. I stop him with all my might. You should have jumped on him. The man stops his arm that he tried to extend, and slowly, he turns towards me by the wall, like a grim reaper who has found his new prey. That's not gonna go well. Interlude. Oh, okay, I must have chosen correctly. If they're giving me an interlude. Going back over a month, he was summoned to this world before anyone else. He was not summoned to this country. A faraway foreign country. The ground is constantly covered in white, the sky is always gray, and the castle is built hidden in the mountains. It is always winter in that land. Coldness and stagnation, barrenness and longing. They are like living corpses, cutting off their connection with the present world and waiting for a reproduction of a miracle. The winter coldness takes away their human warmth, and the stagnant world won't allow them a new lifestyle. His family were seekers of the Holy Grail. Spring won't come for the Einsburn family until the day their dearest wish is fulfilled. It has already been 10 centuries since they started the search for the Holy Grail. After using every possible method to get close to the Holy Grail, they were eventually able to cast the Holy Grail out of iron. However, all they could make was the vessel. No mystic dwelled within it, and they kept casting vessels that would never be filled. But a foreseeable end comes to those days. They performed a ritual to fill the vessel with the help of outsiders. The result was both a success and a failure. The Holy Grail was made. Through this, the Holy Grail would be filled. But it made many enemies at the same time. Even as the supposed owners of the Holy Grail, they were reduced to mere providers of a service, no better than any other mage. Their tenacity is abnormal. No, ever since they almost obtained the Holy Grail 1,000 years ago, they had lost their minds. They broke the rules and constantly pulled the strongest card. The first time, they did not have the leeway to do so. The second time, they finally found a loophole in the rules. The third time, they summoned what they shouldn't have. Then the fourth time, they were sure of their victory after gaining the strongest card and its manipulator. The results were a crushing defeat like never before. So it's never gone well for the Einsburns, it seems, in these Holy Grail wars. Of all the servants and masters, they chose ones who betrayed them. Every time? The man destroyed the Holy Grail, leaving his daughter behind in the Winter Castle. They were furious at the man's betrayal and lamented their mistake. Wait, do they mean Kiritsugu? Is Ilya Kiritsugu's daughter? That would be weird. They could not trust outsiders after all. Only one of their bloodline, their family's creation, who had inherited magic circuits perfected over generations, could obtain the Holy Grail. They had a backup plan to start with. Then the fifth time, they made certain they prepared the strongest master and servant. That was him. 2 months before the Holy Grail started, every rule was broken for him, Berserker, to be summoned beforehand. The days that followed were only to hurt the human that would become master. Yeah, the Rheingold. I remember them mentioning the Rheingold. The command spell engraved all over the girl's body was only to control Berserker. It did no good as a mute magic circuit and drained her life away. Even just a slight move by Berserker would make the girl scream. It's no wonder. It was 2 months until the Holy Grail would appear. The only thing keeping this great hero in this world was her magical energy and command spell. Berserker was not created from the magical energy of the Holy Grail. No matter how special she is, keeping Berserker using only her own magical energy is like taking her own life away. Knowing that, they still did not allow for her to rest. They abandoned them in the winter forest, filled with a pack of hungry beasts. They gave them over to the corpses possessed by evil spirits. They were even thrown into the wasteland where they disposed of their failed experiments. The only way for the girl to survive was to rely on the giant, the only thing that she had been given. Why? But why, though? It was beyond training. It was a fight for survival. Yet the girl survived. She had the giant attack the oncoming enemies. Every time she would let out screams of anguish, but he had him ceaselessly eliminate everything that attacked. He himself does not know when that process became a special one to him. Despite the girl's young appearance, she hated whining. Everything that came out of her mouth was an insult. She must have instinctively known that if she was going to lament, she would become stronger if she hated the cause. The girl despised Berserker for being ugly and cursed his existence. It was natural. The girl would not have to suffer if he had not existed. She would not have been thrown in such a hell if she had not been chosen as master. The girl detested the giant for everything and used him as an outlet for her anger. The girl got used to controlling Berserker, and by the time the Holy Grail showed signs of its appearance, the pain that attacked her disappeared. The girl took away reasoning from the giant as if in revenge, treating him as a mute, mad warrior. But he already knew that was the girl's utmost resistance. By doing so, the girl hid her own weakness, that she could live by herself. She held her head high since she didn't need any allies that she could trust or friends that she loved. That was her way of disguising that she had nothing to call her own. Bazaka. In the winter forest, the girl hesitantly touched his arm, stained red from the enemy's blood. Surrounded by a pack of beasts, the girl braced for death even as she desperately denied it. At that time, he was not able to move without an order from his master, so he was the first to become the beast's prey. The pack of beasts pierced his arteries, tendons, and eyeballs with their fangs. The girl screamed seeing that. He couldn't remember what she said then since he had his reasoning taken away. But the girl screamed not for her sake, but for his. Even though he destroyed her arm every time he swung his own, she endured it so that he did not die. That's why both of them were covered in blood. The giant was covered in the slaughtered beast's blood, and the girl was covered in her own blood. That sucks. Berserker's kind of like her real dad, I guess. He remembers that winter forest, the weight of the girl that leaned on him, crying tears of pain. And he realized, in that small, cold castle, the black giant was the only one the girl talked to. She comes into view. It was the same as that time. The girl is running to him crying, which he had not seen since she had become a master. And the man slashes her. With a horizontal flash, the blonde enemy takes away the girl's vision. Her face is covered in red. The blind girl runs in spite of that, tripping over rubble. The slender body falls. There, the enemy's sword is swung. The sword misses her heart. Her lung must have been pierced, as the girl is coughing up blood still on the ground. It is not an instant death, but it is fatal. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, Pygrate. It seems like, even with the whole Berserk spell, Heracles still has some level of reasoning and memory. So he kind of saw Ilya as like a way to atone for his shitty life. Like protecting her. Rip to a real one, I guess. Berserker, not that bad of a guy. It's not his fault he was summoned and then literally turned into a kill machine, I guess. The girl is left with nothing as her vision is taken away. Her lungs are broken, and she even lost her servant. If she could die peacefully, it might at least be a salvation if she could just go to sleep right there. However, the girl is moving forward, leaving a trail of blood behind. She crawls towards the black giant, fumbling and crying in anguish. How much power was left in him? He breaks the chains with all his might and grabs at the man. The magical spear is thrust. The spear pierces the giant's heart. And it ends. The man pulls out the spear as if nothing happened, and the remaining power in the giant completely disappears. Well, that's it for Berserker. His body disappears. The power that was giving him form had completely disappeared. Then, all there is left for him to disappear. The servant lost all his magical energy and has no power to stay in this world any longer. He falls to the ground. But, in his final moment, he sees the girl fumbling around for him in his peripheral. Strength returns to his collapsing legs. The law of magecraft that built him, the regulation of the world that hates inconsistencies, and the body of rock that crumbles away as sand. Sugoi! He pushes away every power that tries to eliminate him just with his will. I can't disappear yet. He is probably the only one who she could rely on. In order to support the lonely girl who insulted him, but still believed in him as her only reliance. With her vision taken away, the girl is crawling with her arms stretched out. She must want to feel him, but she cannot see him now. Her hands covered in blood grope at empty space, trying to verify his existence. There is no power left in him. There is nothing he can do. Berserker will fall here and die here. His body has died, and he has no strength to support his falling body. Well, that turned out to be wrong. But not this time. His mind is dead. Supporting his body with a mind and a will that should no longer exist, he leaves this world. His body has not fallen, still invincible. As if to say that his body cannot give up until the end for the sake of the girl that relies on him. And the girl reaches him. The hand that was only grasping the air finally touches something. Coughing up blood, the girl clings onto the hard body. She cannot see anymore, but she can still feel him. Berserker hasn't lost. She cannot see for herself, but Berserker is strong as always. Strength fades from her body. Everything hurts, and she's scared, but it's all right as long as he's here. He always protected her. He was scary, but he was really nice. His big body is like a father's. So, well, I mean, I said it earlier, but now that story's like, yes, he was like her real dad. So she really wanted him to pick her up at least once. Subtext is for cowards. They just said it. They said what I had already read between the lines. She rests her body on him. She feels like a hard and big hand is placed on her head. It's probably true. He should be patting her head if she opens her eyes. Aww. Her body is cold. Recalling the forest from that time, the girl laughs. It was a long time ago already. Recalling the giant that protected her even while getting injured, she happily falls and loses consciousness. Womp. I guess that's it for them. They didn't do much in this route, did they? But I like that it added a little more context to the characters you already knew from the Fate route. The man reaches out to the girl in white, who peacefully fell asleep. I yell at the top of my lungs. I don't consider my own danger or what could happen to me. Stop looking at me like that, you freak. The man stops his arm that he tried to extend. Behind him is Shinji, surprised at my intrusion. Choke him again, Shiro! He smiles ominously. My shaky threat speaks before I can think. However, there is no way that man will stop. Damn! I couldn't even tell him to stop. The man pulled something out of the girl's body with his bare hands, with a smile still on his face. A red dripping object that looks like a fruit. Yummy. The thing in the man's hand is, without a doubt, the girl in white's. I think you've upset the lad. My mind burns down. I lose my sanity as fear of being killed and hatred of wanting to kill him gets muddled. Oh, brother. This fucking guy. The man still holding the red thing in his right hand. He fires one of his countless noble phantasms at me. The terrace falls. The man's noble phantasm goes through the wall of the castle and destroys the hall's walls. I don't move a step in the midst of it all. I don't care about the rubble that falls from above. I don't have the composure to run, and I have no intention to run. It doesn't matter whether a big piece of rubble grazes my back. I can't think of taking my eyes off of that man right now. Former master. I'm like her ex, I guess. I got cucked. His red eyes react to my enmity. My blood boils. I'll die in the next instant. There's no way I'm not afraid of that. But my body refuses to run away and keeps screaming to defeat that enemy right now. Shiro is legitimately just that tweet that's like, I hate it when girls die. The corpse of that girl that was killed mercilessly keeps ordering me not to forgive him. It's only natural for me to lose all reasoning. My mind churns from the contradicting desires of life and death. A sword appears in the man's left hand. The sword is raised mercilessly and should come down to kill me. Even then, I keep staring at the enemy. I can't think of showing my back to that man. The man's sword stops. Shinji, who is watching from the other side of the wall, starts walking to the center of the hall with light steps. Oh, brother, he wants to gloat about it. The man doesn't move. There's about 10 meters between us. Would I be able to get near him? Even Berserker could not close this distance. Oh, brother. Shiro, we gotta fucking kill this guy. I'm tired of him. Every fucking route, he's the littlest shit of all time. There's nothing I can use as a weapon, but I don't care. My mind is clear right now. I don't feel any uneasiness about projecting his swords in this situation. Shinji, would you shut the fuck up? I want to kill your blonde friend. I slightly shift my gaze in his direction. I face Shinji while keeping the man in my vision. I don't think Gilgamesh is gonna like hearing you say that, dude. I gasp a little. It's not Shinji's words, but rather the unexpectedly serious manner in which he says them. Alright, man. How out of place. Why say something that's so obvious now? Shinji puts his hand over the man's shoulder, and with a delighted face. Why are you kind of yaoi with him? Why are you acting like he's like your fuck toy? He says some nonsense. I have no doubt. I answer right away without showing any hesitation or showing any signs of even considering it. Yeah, get mad about it. Shinji jumps back. The man, still with a cold expression, finally brings his raised sword down. Aw. I wanted to see Shiro give it a shot. And the man stops his sword again. Yeah, shoot that bitch. Everyone looks up. Everyone in the hall turns their attention to the girl standing at the terrace. Tosaka's hand is faced towards Shinji. Even though Shinji doesn't have the aptitude as a mage, he should know what that means. Tosaka is serious. She's got a gun! That man brings down his sword. She will kill Shinji as a retaliation. Mr. President, get down! Tosaka doesn't answer, but just keeps her aim aligned on Shinji. Yeah! I think she's prepared to murder you. Rin doesn't like murder. You know, we've commented on this, but, like, I don't think Shinji... With Shinji, I don't think there would be a second of hesitation in her mind. In this world, it's kill or be killed. Shinji weakly retreats, being glared down by Tosaka. At that guy is watching in delight. He looks at Tosaka as if to belittle her. Then, I feel like there was a strange vibration that took over the hall for an instant. Yeah, that is true. Even if we killed Shinji, Gilgamesh would just, like, kill us. So really, it's down to Shinji not wanting to die. I don't even think Gilgamesh needs him, because clearly he found a way to exist in the world without a master. Which I still don't think I really got in the Fate route. Because, like, he didn't get a wish from the Grail, right? Because the Grail got destroyed. So I don't really know if I might be forgetting how that happened. The sword disappears. He turns his back to me as if he lost interest in me. I might have just forgotten. I think maybe he just kept fucking killing people and absorbing their magical energy? I don't remember. Shinji's breath stops. His face filled with irritation suddenly turns into a dirty smile. Oh, I see. They're gonna turn Tosaka into the vessel for the Holy Grail like Kirei did with Ilya in the Fate route. Oh yeah, the Orphan Basement was to feed him. That's right, Kentrix. You're right. The Orphan Basement was supplying Gilgamesh with the magical energy. That was right. Laughing happily, Shinji claps his hands. It's strange. Shinji shows no fear even though Tosaka can end his life. It seems like an overwhelming joy is numbing his emotions. The Orphan Basement was to feed him, but he manifested through getting covered in Grail goo. Yeah, that's right. Even though he didn't like win the Grail and get his wish, he still like got covered in some of its magical energy or something like that. Something like that. Henchbuns, I'm starting to think they don't know Kirei's dead yet. Shinji and Gilgamesh. Shinji says with both arms raised. But that's an obvious fact. On top of that, it seems like Shinji doesn't know about how Caster obtained Saber and Archer. Okay, so Shiro agrees. He got reincarnated. He mentions wanting to do something similar for Saber, although his mentioned Saber would have gone insane. Well, I think the goo also drove him kind of insane, so... Live Kirei reaction, but the image is a skeleton. Yeah, I don't think they know. They're lacking in some pivotal information here. Shinji invites her with confidence. To that. That is obviously being used. Get his ass. Tosaka refuses him without twitching a brow. Get his ass, sis. Shinji's face twitches. Osaka's harsh words must have made him forget whether his life was in her hands. I'm mad now. I don't care anymore. Shinji orders to his own servant. Nah. You forgot who Gilgamesh is. He can kind of just say nah. Oh, does he mean Ilya's heart or body? The man shows Shinji, who is closing in on him, the thing in his right hand. A red lump. It's the thing that he took out of the girl. It's still throbbing. What? Shinji grits his teeth in vexation. Shinji runs towards the front entrance. Did Shinji out Gilgamesh's true name without even thinking? Yes, he did. What an idiot. There's one person left. After the man slowly watches his master being angry. He says delightfully and leaves the hall filled with revel. Though I don't think Shiro or Rin are really thinking about that right now. And we walk towards her. The center of the hall. With gray sunlight coming in from the ceiling, the girl is sleeping, covered in rubble. Her eyes don't open. Looking up close, the girl is not white at all. The girl covered in red all over looks nothing like before. Yeah, this was a real no-win situation. I know. I've been taught that there are people I can save and people I cannot save. I knew that I would be putting my own life in danger if I tried to do things that are beyond my capacity. But still, I still wanted to save her. I don't want a child to die. I don't want anyone dying in front of me. Asking for help. Not being able to save someone asking for help is more scary and painful than anything. There's no way I can apologize, and I don't know her well enough to apologize either. This girl has nothing to do with me. I understand that without having to be told, but why? Oh. Why are these eyes crying irrelevant tears? I mean, it's kind of like what you said. It kind of sucks to see like a 10-year-old girl get her heart ripped out right in front of you. Even if she was a little shit. Did she seriously just ask me that? Tosaka's eyes were serious. There's no other way to explain it. After Tosaka glares at me, you are a certified freak, Shiro. I guess, yeah, that's probably true. She tries to open the lid that I've kept closed this whole time. Mm-hmm.
けどそもそも自分っていうのは計りにかけられない別格なのよ。言うなれば計りそのものでしょ。なのにあんたはその計りを壊してどうでもいい他人を助けようとする。ええ、それでも構わない。あんたが自分のない、ただ生きてるだけの人間ならそれもいい。
I think you could probably describe Shiro that way.
シロは自分があるじゃない。そんな確固たる自意識があるくせに自分をないがしろにするなんてできないのよ。そんなことを続けてたらいつか必ず壊れるから。
No way. I can't break down. In fact, I do this in order not to. I try to save people that I could not save so that I can hold my head high.
いいえ、もう十分壊れてるわ。
You got problems, Shiro.
だから言ってよ。10年前に何があったかは知らない。けど、あんたがおかしくなってるのはそれが原因なんでしょうから。
Tosaka seems like she's got tears in her eyes. Why is she making such a face? It's almost as if she knows that I'm going to spend my life trying to help others without getting anything in return. So she's trying to earnestly stop me.
学校の時もそうだった。あなたはあれだけの死体を見てとんでもなく冷静だった。私でさえ死体と勘違いしたっていうのに、一別しただけでみんなが生きてるって読み取っていた。それがずっと変だって引っかかってた。魔術師としてろくな教育を受けていないくせに、殺し屋になってもすぐに自分を落ち着かせていた。死体を前にして憤ることはあっても、
We sure are, Kendricks. Fate Stay Night is fundamentally a story about women telling a guy to knock it off and get over himself. Used to seeing. Yeah, it's not like that was my first time seeing them. I think about the students who were on the floor at school, Ryder, who was unrecognizable by the time she died, and the girl sleeping in front of us now. To me, the people who died in that incident from 10 years ago are the only ones who went through inhuman death. But that's wrong. The fire 10 years ago saved me. That cannot be the cause for why Tosaka is criticizing me right now. Are you sure? My heart aches when I answer. My body is telling me that's a lie. Because it is! Because it is a lie. I shouldn't have had anything then. I saw many corpses, I died at that time and was reborn. I don't have repentances about that path I took. My eyes lost their hatred. My hands lost their anger. My feet lost their hope. And I lost myself there. So why? How did I gain the strong sense of self-awareness that Tosaka speaks of? That is... Oh, he's saying it. My bad. I had accepted death. I knew that I was going to die. Even though my body was saved from such a situation, there's no way my mind could have been saved as well. At that time, I just admired something precious, still empty inside. My dad. Your dad! I remember now. No, I didn't even put it in my memory. That's why I didn't even realize until now that's what's really saved me.
シロ、やっぱり何か契約でもさせられたの？
違う。取られたものなんて何もない。俺はただもらっただけだ。
A world like hell. In a place where every person except for me died, I was saved. Nobody saved me, and I wasn't able to save anyone. In my final moment, he granted something that I thought was a miracle.
覚えてる。俺を覗き込む目とか、助かってくれと懇願する声を。その淵で思ったんだ。自分が助かったことじゃなくて、助けてくれる奴がいることは、なんて。
Such a wonderful miracle. That's why I admired it. I had nothing left, not a single thing. That's why I ended up admiring the figure that appeared right before my eyes.
だから、俺は。
Only had that. That's the only emotion I had while being saved. I was happy. I cried. That's all I could think about. So, that's the only emotion I could create.
ああ、きっと、遠坂は正しい。
It's twisted to prioritize others over myself. There is something seriously wrong with the procedure.
けど、救われたのは俺だけだった。その時に思った。
Can we take this conversation away from the corpse of the little girl?
この次があるのなら。
I guess not.
助けられなかった人
It's the whole reason we're having it.
すべての人を助けなくちゃいけないんだって。
それがおかしいって言ってるのよ。いい？助かったならまず自分を大事にしろっていうの。死んじゃった人たちには悪いけど。
Some sort of cosmic freak accident that makes you get survivor's guilt and feel bad.
ならその幸運をかみしめなさい。それだけひどい目にあったんだから、あとは楽しくやんなきゃ嘘でしょ。
Tosaka is seriously angry. Yeah, that makes me really happy. I finally realize now, since Tosaka is that kind of person. The question I've been wondering about all by myself. I wanted to become a hero of justice, so I always tried to help others. I noticed there was something wrong with that method, but I couldn't understand what. But that became clear so easily. Thanks to the person who gets seriously angry for my sake.
何よ、これだけ言ってもまだわからないわけ？頭くるわね。そんなにわからずやだって言うなら、あんたとのコンビも。
いや、わかってる。言っただろ。遠坂は正しいって。
なら。
けど、やっぱり忠告は聞けない。確かに、俺は何か間違えている。
It's okay. I like what's wrong with me.
だって、誰かのためになりたいっていう思いが間違いなはずがないんだからな。
So, I answer her with as much gratitude as I can. Go.
まったく、そんな顔されたら何も言えないじゃない。
Tosaka must have felt awkward as she turns her back to me and walks away. And then,
まあ仕方ないか。こうなったらもう私が何とかしてあげるわよ。
and what is that? She takes a deep sigh and complains. The sun sets. We return to the hall by the time the gray sky is tinted a crimson color. Yeah, Shiro is fucking deranged. Like, there is something wrong with this guy. He's like, well, I like helping people. Smile. So it's okay. The girl's corpse is not the girl's corpse is not on the mountain of rubble. Tosaka and I just buried her in the courtyard. Perhaps because that's what's always happened to servants, the Black Giant's remains had weathered into sand. But even if it was just sand, we still buried it in the same coffin as the girl.
さて、
Where'd you get the coffin?
これからどうするかだけど、
Does she just have those in her mansion?
考え中だ。事態がまた
Yeah, everything's out of hand. We're out of friends here.
そうね。最大の敵だったイリアスフィールとバーサーカーはいなくなったけど、代わりにわけわかんないやつが出てきたし。サーバントは7人しか呼ばれないはずなのに、あいつで8人目でしょ。どう見ても既存のサーバントじゃなかったけど。
Gay priest helped.
どこであんなのと契約したんだか。
The eighth servant, huh? I don't think that man who Shinji brought along can be treated as a servant. A heroic spirit that absolutely dominates other heroic spirits. He has a seemingly endless supply of noble phantasms, and is a demon without any human emotion. Yeah, it's crazy that Shinji just said that out loud.
ええ、半神半人の英雄、ウルクの王、不老不死の探求者。この世のすべてを治めたとされる暴君だけど、
I didn't think he was that
まさかあんな
insane.
イカれたやつだったとは思わなかったわ。バーサーカーをこともなげに倒したことといい、あいつ本気になったセーバーより強いかもしれない。
But what if Saber was also immortal, with some sort of sheath? Tosaka's voice doesn't sound sharp. It doesn't seem like it's because the new enemy that appeared is tough.
どうしたんだよ、トサカ。奥歯に物が挟まったような言い方だけど。
ちょっとね。あいつ確かに強かった。あれだけの数の宝具を持ってるんだから、その力は一級品でしょ。
You think in the Swift Material he starts out as insane but becomes more responsible? Well, yeah, that's because like he had a gay awakening with Enkidu to help him out.
けど、
He chilled out
実
after
質
that.
はどうなのかなって。私、あいつとバーサーカーにそう実力差はないと感じ
Sometimes
た。
people are really mad and awful because they don't realize they're gay yet. She ponders. Wait, does Tosaka not realize how strong he
い
is?
や、あいつ自身はセイバーやバーサーカーと同じか、きっとそれ以上
Listen, I'm a pervert about swords, so I know exactly. I can see his number.
そもそも英霊の強さは召喚された土地での知名度によるんだろう。なら、ギルガメッシュなんて英雄、こっちじゃ知ってるやつはそうはいないぞ。
それはそうだけど、知名度による実力の変動だってそう大きいものじゃないわ。私にはどうもあの金ピカは反則だって見えたんだけど。
Not even wearing the armor. Tosaka is calling him by a strange nickname. Well, that
い
aside,
や、だから反則だって。あいつの持ってた宝具はみんな本物だ。いや、そうじゃなくて、きっと本物の元になった
I
武器なんだ。
understand probably a certain amount of it is for a narrative convenience, right? We already read about how all the noble phantasms are real in the Fate route, but it is funny how quickly Shiro figures that out in this
各地の
one.
神話の元になった原点を所有していてもおかしくない。
じゃあ何？あいつが出してた宝具は宝具じゃなくてただの武器ってこと？
だろうな。あいつの宝具自身はきっと蔵なんだ。 生前にあいつが集めた財宝を収納した蔵こそがあいつの宝具なんだと思う。
Yeah, he seems like weirdly smarter in this one.
ならバーサーカーが叶わないのも当然よね。英霊たちにはそれぞれ弱点がある。すべての宝具の原型を持つんなら相手の弱点となるものを持ち出せばいいだけの話だもの。
That's right. If there is a chance of victory, it would be that he has not fully mastered each weapon yet. If he is not a bearer that can master his own weapon to its fullest potential, like say Labor or Sanser, then I feel like there's still a way to win. Well, that aside, he's like a master of none type of guy.
ああ、いや、それはその
Goldie.
髪が金色だったからとか。
何言ってんだ。それならセイバーも金ピカなんて呼んでたはずだ。金ピカ。すごいぞ。実にいい
What did she mean by this? This sprite is very cute. This is a very cute Rin sprite.
ここまで来て隠すなよ。父さんなんか気づいた。
What could we be talking about?
ちょっと違うってば。私のはシロみたいに真面目な話じゃないからあんまり追求しないで。
Well, we just watched a little girl die, but we can get a bit silly with it.
嘘つけ。根拠もなしで金ピカなんて呼ぶもんか。ほら、白状しろよ、父さん。今は一つでも情報が欲しいんだから。
ああ、
I stare at Tosaka. After a few seconds, Tosaka must have given up as she lets out a big sigh.
だからそれはあいつ高価そうなのいっぱい持ってたからそれでもの
This
す
is a
ごくお
weird
金持ちなんだろうな。
This is a weird thing to do.
だから金ピカ。あの金ピカすっごい贅沢。
Why not just wait until she saw him in his armor to start calling him that? That would make way more sense. New servant data added. Why did that add new servant data? Hang on. I'm sorry, chaotic good? That doesn't seem right. Golden rule. Not in reference to the golden ratio, but rather the fate of obtaining wealth in one's lifetime. A billionaire best described as a Goldie. He will never know financial difficulty nor want for anything. What? Wait, it's just one of his servant powers that he has infinite money? Okay, sure. Tosaka scratches her cheek as she looks off into the distance, laughing uncomfortably. How scary. It seems like anyone rich is considered a Goldie to Tosaka. Isn't she rich, comparatively? And what's more scary is that Tosaka was able to tell that servant's true nature just because he seemed rich. What, have you spotted a sugar daddy? Like, what does this mean, Rin? What did she mean by any of this? I guess we'll wait on Gilgamesh. He can be the final boss after we deal with Castor. That's right. Castor is storing more power as we speak. Saber, who is resisting Castor's control, won't be able to defy any longer. No, in the worst case, there's a possibility that even Saber is on the enemy's side now. Yeah, chaotic good is an insane thing to assign to Gilgamesh. He's not done a single good thing in this entire visual novel. I wouldn't even describe him as particularly chaotic. He's just self-interested. Tosaka sighs and sits down on the rubber. Like, I would describe Archer up until the point he betrayed us as chaotic good. Because Archer was like, fuck ideals, I'm just trying to live. I follow Tosaka's lead and sit down. Well, we'll be able to stay here warm. We'll be able to stay warm here at night. We might even be able to find the magic items Iliasfiel had. Yeah, I guess we can steal those. She's not using them. And the moment we let our guard down... Oh, there, I was wondering... Okay, there, okay, yeah, we... Literally, the gang forgets about Lancer. They're like, I guess no one's left to talk to you. Oh, wait, we forgot about Lancer. A fed-up voice echoes from the front entrance. We jump to our feet right away and face the front. I was wondering when Big Blue was gonna show up again. He has a habit of just disappearing for, like, days at a time in this visual novel. Like, I don't understand why. Where have you fucking been? I quickly concentrate and connect my magic circuit. The man that appeared is definitely Lancer. He speared my heart that night 10 days ago. I can't let that happen again. I need to at least let Tosaka escape before he swings that spear. Oh, these two. Yeah, hold on a second. Did we not just have a whole conversation about this, Shiro? Bro does not retain anything anybody tells him. She lowers her left hand that she had pointed at Lancer and points it at me. But even if she threatens me like that, I also have complaints. It's my role to do fist fights. Alright, man. This isn't a fist fight. This is you get speared through the heart again. Lancer's like, I'm being ignored again. I feel left out of the conversation. Don't I get a say? This is so funny. This is how I know this isn't gonna actually turn into a fight with Lancer. He's just fucking standing there while these two bicker. And we argue for a few minutes, trying to push each other away. Just about when we start to wonder how this started and start to get tired, we notice Lancer observing us with a smile at the entrance of the castle. Yeah, minutes. Bro, I'm literally just standing here. He is literally just standing there. I cough in regret and glare at Lancer. I take a half step forward and Tosaka is slightly behind me. Jeez, there wouldn't have been a problem had we been like this from the start. Starting to think we'll never meet Lancer's master. I know in the Fate route, Kirei said he was like just some guy from the Mages Association that he murked. But I'm like, I guess we'll never meet him. He's faceless forever. Poor Lancer Master. Hold on. What did he just say? My eyes widen, but Tosaka quickly grasps the situation. Oh, okay, his master is alive. I somehow doubt we'll ever still actually meet him, though. Maybe I'll be surprised.
それなら私たちよりもっと頼りがいのあるやつがいるでしょ。
Is she talking about Shinji and Gilgamesh? Tosaka seems to be trying to find out whether Lancer knows about Shinji. Yeah, that guy's a freak. That's fair. That is true. Gilgamesh would just do that.
正しい選択ね、ランサー。けど、それもあなたのマスターの指示ってわけ？
それも違うな。あんたらを選んだのは俺の趣味だ。一度面識がある分話が早いだろう。
He says casually. Yeah, I get the feeling we're never gonna meet Lancer's master. Lancer's just gonna be like, he's hiding. He doesn't want to put his own life in danger. He's hiding. I feel like that's what it's gonna be like. It seems like fighting Archer and stabbing me in the heart are the same as becoming acquaintances in his mind. I guess so. His abs look crazy from this angle, by the way. Fucking washboard over here. Commander-in-Chief. I frown unintentionally. I'm troubled that Tosaka, who's supposed to be my ally, is nodding at Lancer's words. Yeah, you get top billing or whatever. I honestly can't tell the difference in the way he reworded it. Are you like hitting on her, Lancer? Lancer looks at Tosaka with cool eyes. I don't like him for some reason. Yeah, I wonder why. Yeah, he is feeling territorial. He hasn't even fucked her yet. They haven't even really started a romance yet. Lancer looks at me, trying to suppress his laughter. My answer is... Oh, I get to choose. I don't mind. Oh, this one's the most interesting. I gotta go with this one. I wonder what Shiro's condition is. We have to accept his offer. Even if he is an enemy, his argument is correct. Tosaka and I alone can't beat Caster. But there should be some hope if we have Lancer's help. However... Do not touch my waifu. Hell yeah. The air freezes. Lancer becomes speechless as if he was completely caught off guard. This is as funny as I could have hoped. Naruhodo! I can imagine Lancer's like clapping him on the shoulder. He's like, you get it. You also love women. He starts laughing as if it's the funniest thing he's heard. Are you... I don't think you worded it that way on purpose, Shiro. Yeah, he has come to respect Shiro. We're just cooperating. We're just a temporary allyship. There definitely won't be an H scene at some point. Soka? I like his voice a lot. It's funny.
なんかムカつくわねあんた。何よその見透かしたような顔。
He's got a very funny, sarcastic sounding voice.
ほら、シロもなんか言いなさいよ。私たちはただ
We're
の
just
協力
we're
関係
just
だって。
temporary allies. We're just a pair of besties.
なんか言いなさいよバカ。
Baka!
これじゃ本当にその私たちが
He's not denying. He's changing the subject.
だから本当も何もとっくに出来上がってんだよお前たち。旗から見てる俺でさえわかるのに当の本人たちがごまかして
Oh, this guy.
ああ
How did Lancer immediately become so fucking funny? I didn't expect this. He's been fucking barely in this visual novel, and suddenly he's one of the funniest guys. Lancer makes a sympathetic gesture.
まあ遠坂が大変なのはもう分かってるから。
I reply with a sour look to let him know that there's no problem.
ほう、そりゃ頼もしい。じゃあ俺もそれなりに気を使ってジョーちゃんと付き合おう。
When he gets to do more than job, yeah.
だがまあからかうと面白いジョーちゃんなんだな。道中
Yeah, he got off-screened in the Fate route, too. So many guys got off-screened in Fate route.
分かった。
Though I guess a different set of guys are getting off-screened in this one, so all's fair.
力を借りる。
決まりだな。じゃあまあとりあえず握手と。
Don't back it up a little. Personal space, Lancer. Lancer comes up to me unarmed, shakes my right hand that I awkwardly put out. There are worrying factors, but we were able to obtain a reliable ally. All that's left is...
このカッタが来た。いいわよ。
That is true.
あんたたちなんて
He did
こっちに
pretty
願い下げよ。
he did pretty decently against Gilgamesh, all things considered, I suppose. I'll go be caster by myself. I'm tired of you two. How can I calm the roused Osaka down? This is pretty good. Good bit, everybody. We walk. Oh, I guess I got new info about Lancer, Mr. Culane. Lawful balanced. What does that even mean? That's not an alignment. What the fuck are you on about? Magic resistance, battle continuation, disengage, runes, divinity. Now I gotta see everyone. Lawful good makes sense for Saber. Neutral balanced. Oh, okay, what is the difference? I need to hunt Nasu down and explain to him what he thinks the difference between lawful balanced and neutral balanced is. Chaotic good for Ryder? I don't know enough. I feel like we never learned enough about her to say for sure. Neutral evil, that makes sense for Caster. She's an evil fucking wizard. Assassin, neutral evil. I don't know. Assassin doesn't fucking do anything. He's just like, I want to have honorable duel. Chaotic, I guess chaotic madness, sure, whatever, man. I don't understand chaotic good. None of these make any sense. We walk in the forest at night. Although we don't know what his intentions are, having Lancer's cooperation now means we don't have to stay at the castle. Lancer must have taken a liking to Tosaka, as he keeps messing with her and getting hit by her.
ちょっと
He likes it when she
あんた
slaps
ね
him.
ちゃんと自分のマスターがいるんでしょ。キャスターを倒したら敵同士になるんだし、話なんかしてもしょうがないでしょ。作戦会議以外は
We're learning a lot about Lancer tonight.
裏口。
なんだ敵になるからって話はなしか。見かけによらず余裕がないんだな。
Rin is pretty easy to troll, though. I get it.
会うなら膝交えて語り明かすってのが情だろうに。
いつの時代の人間よ、ハンター。
Well, Celtic Britain.
そういうね、明日には殺すけど今日は親友だなんてのは今時流行らないの。やるとなったら徹底してやらないと相手にも失礼じゃない。
はあ、そりゃまたつまんねえ世の中になって。
No one has any fun anymore with their rivalry. Lancer never learned. I feel like they've been repeating the same kind of conversation for a while now.
それよりランサー、自分の役割きちっと分かってるんでしょうね。
Be a guy who stabs stuff? That seems like a bad idea. That guy can punch really good. My role is to get a little gay with Archer. Lancer speaks objectively. He isn't even scared of fighting both Saber and Archer at the same time. He probably thinks it'll be fun. Come to think of it, Saber told me when we were training in the dojo. She said Lancer is the best among the servants when it comes to just surviving. She praised him, saying that he had excellent agility and plentiful combat experience, and that he would be an impregnable defense if he went into okay, that's a bit of an awkward sentence. If he went into defense. He must have fought many battles from disadvantageous positions when he was alive. The aloof man must be a heroic spirit who ran through the jaws of death many times and survived. That's true. Kukuling, kind of a wild boy. I don't think Assassin's gonna do a damn thing. He's just hanging out at the castle. I don't like that assassin guy. Yeah, he's hanging out at the Ryudo castle.
どうしてそう断言できるのよ。キャスターが竜道寺に戻らないなら、門番としてアサシンだって呼び戻すんじゃないの？
いや、アサシンはキャスターが呼び出したサーバントだが、それゆえに制約がある。奴はあの場所。
Oh, that's weird. I don't really understand why that is, but sure, I guess. I guess she specifically needed the unique energies of Ryudo Temple to summon a servant as a servant. Oh, that's who it is. I see. Just different places in them, I guess. Yeah, I know. I was there.
へえ、戦ってれば幸せみたいな人だと思ったけど、意外に物知りなんだ、あなた。
単にマスターが小難しいやつなだけだ。
That true, that too.
けどそっか。じゃあ今回の召喚場所って1回目と同じ場所に戻ったってことなのね。
Tosaka mumbles while she ponders. Lancer watches her with delight and walks on in the dark forest. It's deep into the night, and the date has also long since changed. Dawn should be breaking by the time we get out of this forest and return to town. I mentally prepare myself as I walk. We will challenge Castor one more time in a few hours. I won't hesitate, even if that girl has become our enemy by then. We'll defeat Castor. I have to accept that that's the top priority right now. We head to the battlefield. No matter what awaits for us at that church at daybreak, we can't stop now. Gonna save it? Yes. Okay. Perfect. Perfect place for me to take a quick bathroom and water break. I will be back shortly, henchmen, so please wait warmly whilst I go take a sippy. Alright, I'll be back. In but a moment. Alright, henchbuns, I have returned. Hello, everybody. I am back. I got I drank like a full cup of water and then filled it again. Which does mean I'll probably have to piss again. But, you know, it's good for, in this hot weather, it's good to stay hydrated. I think I was getting a little bit of a headache because I was feeling a little dehydrated. So I injected my water through my mouth. Stat. Anyways, everybody, let us continue our fate and staying nighting. Let's see what happens next. We're off to fight the caster. We're off to see the wizard. Lancer joined the party even though nobody asked for that. Night Stay Night is the name of this one. That kind of goes hard, actually. That kind of actually goes hard. Before that, there's just one more conversation. Oh, okay. Before the fight, we have to have one more chat here. When they get out of the forest and day breaks, before they head to the church, the girl tells him the fact that she kept hidden. You know this scene's important because it's letterboxed. She doesn't say what that means, and he doesn't pursue it further. That is because that it is an unnecessary matter when they are about to fight their biggest enemy, Caster. Only one pendant. The one that he found in her room and returned to her. The one that he picked up that night and put into his desk. Now is not the time to be pursuing that contradiction. Yeah, where did she get it back? Oh, okay, Archer stole it. The decisive battle is near. The roof of the tall church can be seen in the corner when looking up at the sky. Interesting. Tosaka says she wants to confirm things one last time. Our roles are decided. Lancer will draw Archer and Saber away from Caster. We will use that opening to fight Caster. In response to Lancer sarcastically asking if we'd be able to defeat Caster, Tosaka replies with confidence. I don't know what she means by outwitting her. She wouldn't tell us even if we were asked, so it must be a strategy that has a lower success rate if she tells her allies. Then all I need to do is fulfill Tosaka's demand. I will keep Kazuki from protecting Caster no matter what. I'll project his swords however many times is necessary to do that. I close my eyes and dive inside myself. The magic circuit that flows inside me is stable. Magecraft beyond one's capacity will destroy the user themselves. The first time, half of my body went numb. The second time's projection was surprisingly easy and had no effect on my body. There's no guarantee that the third time will be the same, but I think there should be no problem if it's just copying his swords. My body is stable. Through sheer awareness alone, I have access to the magic circuits that were so difficult to create before. It's like there's a fake nerve behind my normal nerve, and I'm able to reverse them with just the press of a button. There's part of me that wants to believe it's because I got used to it. I can easily prepare the swords. Projection has become my primary weapon. It's improved greatly compared to 10 days ago. Not only has that control of my magic circuits improved, but even my sword technique has improved. The reason behind it, I stopped myself from thinking about the reason. It's top priority to defeat Caster and get Saber back. Asking myself stupid questions can come after the battle. My headache gets worse the closer I get to the church. It's just like when I was looking for Tosaka, but I stopped thinking about that. Yeah, it's like you have some sort of weird connection with Archer. The sunrise is gray. The sunlight is blocked by the clouds, sealing the dawn's brightness. The sky above is cloudy. The sky is closer to black than gray and reminds me of that time 10 years ago. Is it going to start raining soon? A dull white sky. That man was standing under the cloudy sky that smelled like it had just stopped raining. Hey, Archer. He stares at Tosaka with cool eyes. Tosaka doesn't say anything, stares back at Archer. Well, we're gonna have Lancer poke at you. We're gonna have Lancer poke at you and see how that goes. Oh, there he is, in fact. No, his master is just Sir not appearing in this story. Yada yada. He's talking about her like she's a slutty ex. You're already with another man? What a whore. She stops me, still staring at Archer. But it's obvious looking at her face. Even if she knows he's provoking her, it doesn't change the fact that those words hurt for Tosaka. Yeah, don't fall for his rage bait. Red and blue are gonna fight again. Dante and Virgil. No honor. This Archer has no honor. That's a good point, I guess. He's kind of got a point there. I'll just stab you to death and you won't have to worry about it anymore. Conversation ceases between the two of them. All that's left is Lancer's sharp intent to kill, and Archer's calm intent to kill. They are about 10 meters apart. The knight in red and knight in blue confronting each other is like a reenactment of that night. Tosaka calls to the blue back. Here's hoping. I feel like she's trying to tell you something important here, Lancer. Without looking back, he smiles, still staring at Archer. We go around the two and run to the church. Archer, the guard, casually lets us go through. Kind of shitty at his job, I guess. No, he had to let us through. Archer is already confronting Lancer. If he gave us attention in such a situation, he would get stabbed in the chest by Lancer the next moment. Either he doesn't let us go but gets attacked by Lancer, or he lets us go but confronts Lancer. If he is really guarding this place, the choice should be obvious. We run around the courtyard and open the door to the church without hesitation. Behind us, this is kind of gay, guys. Fight begin. I don't know anything. I don't know shit. And I'm proud of it, Lancer says.
本当にキャスターを任せていいんだな。
I don't know how he's gonna fight Kuzuki. Like, he really punches hard is the
とことん
thing.
まで追い詰められるだろうけど、それでも手は出さないで。シローはクズキ先生をできるだけ引き離してくれればいい。
We go past the chapel and head to the door leading to the courtyard. I won't hesitate if Tosaka says so. Most of all, I don't know if I could back Tosaka up even if we were in trouble. My opponent is Kuzuki. I wouldn't even be able to dodge his first attack if I'm paying attention to Tosaka. That is true, he did get the drop on him. Castor's presence is getting closer. She must not even be hiding her powers, as the church is surrounded by Castor's magical energy. With this amount, she must already know about our raid.
トレースオン。
Summon the swords. Summon the swords that you're so horny for. I knit together the illusion as carefully as I can using the 8 steps. I got used to it, as his swords are in both hands within a minute. Shiro, do you ever think about why it's his swords specifically that you love so much? You could make any sword you want. You know, I feel a light headache. Even though I'm getting used to it, it takes some sort of toll on my body after all. Projection is certainly affecting my body without me realizing it. Is it my imagination? For a moment, I thought Tosaka had hung her head in sorrow while running next to me. We are so fucked, is what she's thinking. We go down through the darkness. We run down the stairs that go underground and go out to the open area. And after that, we jump off of the railing of the stairs down to the sanctuary like before. Hara?
何を急いでいるのだか知らないけど、人間なんだから階段ぐらいは使いな。
No, we're trying to look hard. We land in the sanctuary. This is supposed to be a surprise attack, but Castor greets us with composure. And her husband. There is Soichiro Kazuki standing beside Castor. I feel no enmity or bloodlust from him. That is his battle posture. His clear, murderous intent is even hiding the dreadfulness of that man. In that regard, he's even more like an assassin than the servant assassin right now. Perhaps ever was. Assassin, not much of an assassin. In fact, assassin, if he ever existed, was the guy who got jumped. Saber is at the altar. The situation is the same as 2 days ago. Saber is still tied from the ceiling with her head hanging down. I'm relieved we made it, but at the same time, it worries me how awfully quiet she is. I feel like Saber was a bit more in pain before. She was shaking slightly, as if breathing with her whole body to go against Castor's magical energy. But she's silent now, like she's frozen. I have a bad feeling. It's good Assassin is not here, but we won't be able to get out of here alive if my worries are true.
来たわよ、キャスター。いろいろ考えたんだけど、やっぱりあなたには聞いてもらうことにしたわ。
You gotta love, you know, you gotta love her. She can keep confident.
目障りだし邪魔だし煩わしいし。何よりその格好が気に食わ
And I don't like the way you dress.
今時紫のローブなんてどこの田舎者よって感じでさ。
Damn. Drag her, sister. Drag her ass. Tosaka insults Castor, who is full of composure, as if refusing to lose against her. Even though she's saying such things, she must actually be feeling the opposite from the way she's slowly closing in on her. Now's not the time for me to be concerned about Saber either. If Tosaka is going to close in on Castor counterclockwise, I'll close in clockwise. Castor and Kuzuki. If we're going to separate them, we have to attack them from both sides and isolate our enemies. I'll allow it. That is maybe one of the funniest auto mods ever. You're ugly, you're disgusting, I'm gonna kill you, give me $200. That was a good one.
見逃してもらった分際で随分と勘違いをしたようね。今時の魔術師は
No wonder Archer gave up on you. She can hit back. Kitties have claws. The girls are fighting. Tosaka's insults must have worked on her, as Castor is glaring only at Tosaka. Catfight. I use that opening to move. I move to the other side of Tosaka, where I can attack Castor from the other side. Kuzuki watches that in silence. I knew it. There's no way that man won't notice something like this. He's aware of everything. The fact that we're trying to defeat them one by one, and the fact that Tosaka has some kind of plan. Even with that in mind, Kuzuki is letting Caster do as she wishes. It's not like Kuzuki is being manipulated by Caster. He became Caster's master of his own free will. But still, based on his passivity, Kuzuki is close to a puppet. He just doesn't care. He's just chill. A servant who is skilled in providing backup using magecraft, and a master who is skilled in hand-to-hand combat. Their roles are reversed, and I feel like their way of being is reversed as well. Caster, who persistently seeks the Holy Grail, and the master protects Caster without his own will. That makes me think without a reason. That if Caster was a master, and Kuzuki was just a servant who protected her, then they wouldn't have fallen so low. Shiro, you can't just say things like that. Listen, their relationship is based on role reversal, and that's fine. It's okay for people with different lifestyles to exist. Tosaka looks over at me. It means our positions are perfect. Then the match will be settled if either of us attacks. Whether Tosaka and I get defeated, or Tosaka defeats Caster before that, our battle with Caster will end here.
それじゃあ始めましょうか。あなたとの小競り合いもこれで3度目。
Let's get it on.
いい加減ここで型をつけてあげる。
Let's get it on. Tosaka steps in closer to Caster.
大きく出たわね。まさかとは思うけど、本気で私に勝てると思っているの？お嬢さん。
Ojo-san.
だとしたら腕比べどころの話じゃないわ。今回も見逃してあげるから、まずその少年を出してらっしゃいな。
I love how they're just insulting each other. They're so catty.
そんなの勝てるに決まってるじゃない。だってそうでしょ。あなたみたいな三流魔術師。
Damn.
一流である私が負けるはずないんだもの。
そう。なら仕方がないわ。その増長、厳しくしつける必要があるよね。
Brat correction is in order. They brace themselves at the same time. With a few meters between them, they look like mirror images. That is the signal. I attack the defenseless Caster. And of course, I'm blocked by Kuzuki's blow. But really, we're trying to distract Kuzuki, so I guess this is all according to Keikaku. The ghost-like assassin is in front of me. I don't have the composure to watch over Tosaka and Caster's fight. He already knows my intentions. He will not let me buy time, letting out the snake that cornered even Saber, so Ichiro Kuzuki comes to take my life. I can hold him off for 1 minute at most. That should be the same for Tosaka. Originally, this was a battle with no chance of victory had the roles not been reversed. There's no way we could win against enemies who surpass us in both hand-to-hand combat and magecraft. But looking at it the other way, we can at least put up a fight. Tosaka would be killed in an instant if she fought Kuzuki, and Caster would end me just by pointing at me if I fought her. On the other hand, we might not be able to win, but at least we won't get killed in an instant. In other words, this battle is not about how we can defeat them, but a battle like walking on a tightrope to see how long we can hold off an opponent who is superior to us. Another interlude. This will probably be Archer and Caster or Lancer's fight. Yeah, the boys are fighting. The lethal weapons cross. The twin swords and the spear repeatedly attack, trying to take each other's necks. Those attacks are continuous, without hesitation. Every blow that is released is meant to kill. Lancer is not an exception. Even though he told Rin Tosaka, his ally, that he would take it easy, that becomes secondary once the battle starts. It merely means that if his spear happens to miss Archer's heart and it does not kill him instantly, then he won't finish him off. Even in that case, his enemy will die. The Lancer would just need to drag Archer to Rin Tosaka before he does. Lancer does not care what happens after that. Ooh, they're going at it. They're touching tips. The Crimson Demonic Spear invades the enemy's territory. Now, if I remember correctly, Archer did seem to be having some trouble with Lancer when they first fought in that prologue, but maybe things are different now. The spear breaks through Archer's defense each time it is thrust. It is different from the battle from before. Archer cannot handle Lancer's attacks that he was able to dodge that night. It is only natural. This is the second battle. Lancer was bound by a certain command spell. To learn his enemy master's strength, his master told Lancer, huh. That is the only command he was given. He obeyed such a ridiculous command, and his no-holds-barred battle had finally come. Therefore, there is no way that it is the same as the last battle. There's nothing there's nothing binding Lancer, and Archer is now fighting the fastest heroic spirit out of all the servants. Oh, they're angry. Anguish escapes from Archer for a second time. Even his hawk-like eyes cannot follow Lancer's spear. The spear's trajectory is no more than a point to start with. That was changing into a flash of light now. He cannot see the tip of the spear closing in on him. Even the movements of Lancer's arms and legs are speeding up to reach the realm that is no longer visible. Yeah, this is also true, Kendricks. He was able to dodge this much because he knew Lancer's spear from the last battle. He's doing what he can now, using the fact that he's inferior to Lancer when it comes to hand-to-hand combat as a weapon to handle his fierce attacks. He's adjusting where he gets attacked. The knight in a red cloak limits the attacks by creating fatal openings himself. Of course, he will die if he does not dodge these attacks, but if he is going to die getting wounds all over his body from trying to avoid an instant death, he'd rather die an instant death with all limbs intact. Otherwise, it would have all been for nothing. Fortunately, Lancer is still underestimating Archer. No, he is simply immersed in the battle itself. They are going to keep on killing each other with just a difference in ability, then he can think of another 30 ways of showing openings. Predicting the enemy's movements using information gained previously and breaking the status quo from cultivated battle experience. That is the mind of steel called the mind's eye that is gained from training. This is nothing deemed as extraordinary. This is the only skill that he possesses. It's not innate like Saber's instinct, but it is a simple weapon that anyone can gain from training in a frank manner. It's a Frank that shoots Franks. Lancer withdraws his spears and stops for a bit. He observes a disgruntled bowman in red. It is obvious who is going to win. Archer has no chance of victory at hand-to-hand combat. That is something he knew. If Archer is a bowman, like his name states, this cannot be a fair fight unless he is shooting from a distance. But he blocked the attacks. He has been at an advantage and should not last a few more blows, but he blocked my full force attacks. Is he strong, or am I going easy on him? I sneer. Archer is a mysterious servant. I should admit that he's strong in that regard. But it is unthinkable that I'm going easy. The first attack was aimed at the neck to blow his face off. The second attack was aimed at the heart to smash his ribcage. There's no way I'm going easy. There's no way, but it is certainly true that I wasn't trying to kill him. What is there in a serious battle? A battle between servants comes down to a battle of noble phantasms. The fact that I'm cornering him without using that fatal attack is proof that I'm going easy. That reason, the cause seems to be the expression of gratitude that he had never had before. We're just having fun, just boys having a good time. He just really wants to fight Archer in like a normal way. The swords clash harder than before. Both parties spring apart with sparks that fly. Lancer's full force blow, as if he is about to hit himself, is offset by Archer's full force attack. The distance between them is about 5 meters. With that distance, Lancer would be able to close in an instant. The spearman in blue murmurs.
貴様、これだけの腕を持っていながらキャスターについたのか
Yeah, why did he do it?
キャスターになど
Is this all part of some strange plan? Lancer stops emitting murderous intent, but there is no opening in his stance. At that, Archer slightly smiles.
驚いたな。何を言い出すかと思えば、まだそんなことを口にするのか。ランサー、私は少しでも賞賛の高い手段を取っただけだ。リンがどう思うと、
If you say so, I do still feel like you could have taken Castor. His voice, full of confidence, has no sense of guilt. The knight in red actually did not regret betraying his master.
そうかよ。尋ねた俺がバカだったぜ。
Archer agrees. Lancer snorts and quietly raises the tip of his spear.
確かにお前は戦上手だ。そのお前が取った手段ならば、せいぜいうまく立ち回るだろう。だが、それは王道ではない。
Your sword lacks pride.
決定的に誇りが欠けている。
It is July. His fighting spirit rises. Seeing that, the bowman in red smiles in delight.
ああ、あいにく誇りなどない身だからな。
This is so sad.
だが、それがどうした
He does not participate in Pride
英雄と
Month.
しての名が汚れる笑わせないでくれよ、ランサー。汚れなど、成果で洗い流せる。そんな余分なプライドはな。
To the
そこらの犬
dogs.
にでも食わせてしまえ。
It's a hard line. Archer's pretty good at saying things that go kind of hard. In an instant, the slightly relaxed atmosphere completely changes. The air freezes. The demonic spear, with the magical energy to disrupt the order of the world and invert cause and effect, is raised. The murderous intent that is released is nothing like before. In the midst of the tension, where it is difficult to even breathe,
犬と言ったな。
you're blue now. That's my attack. The spearman in blue bellows in a voice that could drive crows away from the battlefield.
事実だ、空風林。英雄の誇りなど持っているのなら、今のうちに捨てておけ。
よく言った。ならば、お前が先に行け。
Good night, Godetsu. Thank you for watching. Lancer jumps back greatly. It is not the matter of distance to thrust his spear. The distance that opened between them in an instant is over 100 meters. Wow, big jump. Lancer leaps back to the entrance of the clearing and crouches on all fours like a beast. What? Okay. Archer's 5 senses freeze. Is it fear or awe? Whichever it is, he immediately understood the meaning of Lancer's retreat. He did say something about dogs. The fact that his enemy's next attack is literally a fatal attack.
俺のゲイボルクの能力は効いているな、アーチャー。
Yeah, they do keep describing him as beast-like, which I guess, you know, he's kind of like a... I don't know much about the Gaelic myth from which he originates, but I feel like he's kind of described like that in the mythology. As a wild boy. Lancer, crouching on the grounds on all fours, raises his waist. Whoa, dude, you're throwing it back? He's throwing it back? His form is like a sprinter waiting for the starting pistol. Archer does not have the time to answer. The knight in red throws away his swords and immerses himself in his own mind as fast as possible. But will he make it? Lancer's posture. If his demonic spear is like the legend, the noble phantasm that blocks it cannot be superficial.
行くぞ。この一撃。手向けとして受け取るがいい。
The Blue Panther runs. Even if his afterimage is far away, Lanther sprints towards Archer like the wind. Sorry, I got a little... Sometimes the gay lisp comes through. The distance between both parties is 100 meters. Lancer is not going to thrust his spear with that running start. The blue figure crouches. The spearman that ran through 50 meters in an instant suddenly leaps up from the ground. His body flies through the air. He holds up the magical spear that always pierces the heart once it is thrust. Space distorts. According to the legend, that spear scatters numerous arrowheads once it is thrust into the enemy. In other words, the spear of causality respond to the words. The spearman in blue leans back as if drawing a bow. A bow. Goes hard. It's pretty hard. Bolga! That's a pretty good one. He's throwing it so hard. And he slams down that blow with a roar. There it goes. It is a noble phantasm that was made to be thrown. Spears often are. The spear that always pierces the heart once it is aimed. The cursed noble phantasm that cannot be avoided and will continue attacking the target every time it is avoided. That is Guy Bolg, the spear of destruction possessed by the hero who never once lost in his lifetime. There is no way to stop the thing that is shot out with all of Lancer's magical energy. It cannot be avoided nor dodged. Therefore, it is fatal. There is no way for one to survive once they are targeted by the magical spear. The magical bullet approaches. In a split second, the knight in red closes his eyes as if accepting his death. Oh, he's saying the thing. His boner of his sword. The thorn of light clashes. The moment the thorn of destruction comes falling from the sky to directly hit the knight in red. 7 rings cradling the burning heavens, okay? The true name is spoken, shaking the air. Damn. The spear and shield clash. This also looks pretty cool. He stands up. The spear of death, which breaks through every protective wall and evasion. That spear is stopped. The fatal spear is stopped by Archer's noble phantasm, swirling up a storm of wind and scattering debris. The 7 flower petals that appeared from somewhere protect Archer and oppose the magical bullet that tries to shoot him down. Who would know? This protection itself is Aias. The only thing said to have stopped the javelin of the great hero is the shield of Aias. There are 7 barriers shaped like flower petals, and each layer is as strong as a castle wall. It is a bounded field, the noble phantasm, that is invincible against any projectile weapon targeted towards the user. A thrown spear would surely be defended by the shield without penetrating even one of the petals. At the very least, Archer does not know of any spear that can break through this shield. Okay, but what if it was a really good spear? And yet, that fatal spear breaks through it effortlessly. The 6th flower petal is destroyed. Only one remains. The magical spear reaches the 7th petal that has never been pierced through and doesn't stop its force. The unstoppable thorn of the magical spear. With that right in front of him. Oh, it was all a plan. It was Keikaku Dori. With a roaring spirit, Archer pours all of his magical energy into his own noble phantasm. Lancer, who has landed on the ground, stares at the servant in front of him. Archer has wounds all over his body. His stretched out arm is like a decayed branch. His face is distorted in pain, not only from the wounds on his arm, but from enduring a headache beyond his imagination. The knight in red compliments the spearman in blue from the bottom of his heart. There is no way such a thing would get through to Lancer. His strongest attack, the attack that made him a hero, was block. He is so angry that his glare should be able to kill someone. But that anger is almost erased by a strong wonder. It is too strange It is true that Archer is a mysterious servant. His identity is unknown. He carries twin swords while being a bowman, and even showed a shield that could block Lancer's strongest attack. That is abnormal, yeah. Such a hero cannot be found anywhere in this world. Unless you're Gilgamesh.
ただの旧兵だが、君の見立ては間違いではない。
ざれ言を。旧兵が宝具を防ぐほどの盾を持つものか。
場合によっては持つだろう。だが、
It depends.
魔力の大部分を消費したというのに、腕をやられ、アイアスも
Vague poster king over here.
まったく、私が持ち得る最強の守りだったのだがな、今のは。
Lancer keeps glaring at Archer, who is bantering, as he does. Then,
それより、気づいたか、ランサー。キャスターめ、存外に苦戦していると見える。こちらに向けられていた。
Mom's not looking. What'll we do? The meme Raw Enos versus Gabe Olge is like 2 decades old. Yeah, that's a classic. Archer adds, raising his arms as if to surrender.
そうかよ。そうじゃねえかとは思ったけどな。てめえ、元からそういう腹か。
無論だ。言っただろう。勝率の高い手段だけを取る
と。とことん気に食わねえ野郎だな、てめえ。
Lancer says bitterly and turns his back to Archer. His job is done. His role to distract Archer is meaningless now. There is no need for him to support Rin Tosaka any longer. You're just like fucking Mask in that one tuxedo Mask in that one Sailor Moon meme. My job here is done. The spearman in blue turns on one heel to return to his master and lays on the grass to observe some more. Lancer withdraws coolly. He's like, I'll actually chill here. This is interesting. I want to see what happens. I desperately parry the constant flurry of fists. Kuzuki's fists are live snakes. Even if I barely dodge them, they change their course of direction to come bite me the moment I avoid them. He's the master of the mix-up. That's how Saber got seriously injured. Saber was grazed by Kuzuki's snake before she had the reflexes to dodge it. But I don't have such reflexes. I can't dodge them, and first of all, I can't even see his fists. I can't see them, so it's impossible to even dodge them. So I'll just take it, I guess. My shoulder. Kuzuki's fist grazes my left collarbone. It's like a sledgehammer. Feels as if my left shoulder is shattered, and I almost drop my dagger. I stop and bear it, repelling the repeated fist aiming towards my face with the dagger in my right hand. I desperately retreat. I retreat without regard for my appearance, while Kuzuki closes in, without revealing how he advanced. Bro's just fucking flash-stepping. I shiver at his stance. I won't be able to withstand the next attack. It's absurd that I was able to parry all the attacks until now. Doesn't feel real. My misunderstanding of being able to manage with just defense and being a decoy until Tosaka defeats Caster shattered from the first blow. So Ichiro Kuzuki took our previous battle in account. Before, I was able to fend off Kuzuki, who attacked Tosaka. So I thought I'd be able to block his attacks if I projected Archer's twin swords. But, on the other hand, that means I can't do anything without Archer's swords. Kuzuki took that into consideration. This time, the first thing that Kuzuki did was to try to take away my twin swords. My right dagger shatters. His fist, strengthened by Caster's magecraft, destroys my sword with just a few blows. I immediately replace the dagger. I can't expect high quality from a forced projection and quickly make swords. As a result, the twin swords that had received several attacks lose their accuracy. Your swords suck. They're shoddy. I can't control my breathing. I frantically block Kuzuki's snake with my twin swords. My body just follows the twin swords. My limbs that copy Archer's movements have far exceeded the limits of my body. And then there's this headache. My body erodes every time my twin swords are destroyed and I project new ones. It's different from using up magical energy. It feels like I lose one of the few magic circuits I have every time I make a new sword. I'm almost out. I might be able to make 2 more. It's over when my magical energy runs out. But, first of all, would I even be able to make 2 more? I'm in the air. Kuzuki's right fist, that fist he hadn't been using, was thrust like a spear. I parried the blow that tried to pierce through my chest and ribcage with my twin swords. In an instant, my twin swords are destroyed, and it seems like I was flung away from the impact. I feel something hard against my back. I must have been flung about 5 meters. I try to resume my breathing and realize I can't breathe. The penetrating impact is numbing my heart. I can't breathe, and I can't even move my limbs. Just for a few seconds. During that gap of my heart resuming to work, he's schmovin'! He's got schmovement! The devil approaches. This is it. This man would finish me off if I dropped my guard for only a second. With me like this, it would be more than enough time to kill me 6 times. I glare at my enemy. Even if my limbs don't move, there are still things I can do. Yeah, he's got the hard knockdown. Watch out, Shiro, he's got a hard knockdown on you. You don't know what kind of mix-up he'll do. I'm not one who wields swords to start with. My weapon that I fight with has always been my magecraft. Then, it's not over yet. My role is to hold Kuzuki down. I can't give up without fulfilling my role. That hitting sound didn't come from in front of me. The structure of the sword that I was imagining disappears. Kuzuki, who is approaching to twist off my neck, stops. That abnormality was behind Kuzuki. It happened to Castor, with the altar behind her. Oh-ho? Oh, another interlude, okay. We gotta find out what's going on. We're jumping back and forth here. Tosaka is also at an advantage. No, the burden is greater than mine, since she clearly understands the difference in their powers. She's casting. Castor points her fingers towards her, full of composure. The magecraft is Arrow. Hey, I know that one. Castor has no need for incantations. To the witch that lived in the Age of Gods, she does not need a process to connect herself with the world. Castor is always surrounded by the divine mysteries that make the world go round. For her, magecraft is just something she commands. It is just like ordering a guard dog to attack. She counters that with her treasured jewels. She does not have the time to cast a spell, and she cannot match Castor's magecraft with simple spells. Their skills as a mage are far apart as heaven and earth. To bridge that gap, she can only bring out the thing that she had been accumulating for a long time. The crystallization of magical energy that she has stored since she was born as the daughter of a mage. She faces the challenge, preparing to use the remaining 9 out of 10 irreplaceable jewels. I like how she calls her Ojo-san. Castor keeps her smile, even though her magecraft is being nullified by pure magical energy. Castor, who can exercise magecraft almost infinitely, and the girl who opposes her using jewels as amplifiers. That difference is obvious. I do not know how many jewels she has, but it should be around 10 or 20. There's no way she can defeat Castor with that amount. Woo! She neutralized the electric charge with the 7th jewel. There are 6 jewels left. With 6 more spells from caster, her trump card will run out.
あら、綺麗に防ぎきるのね。本当にけなげ。自分だけ守っていれば石を使い切ることもないでしょうに。
Without reacting to the giggling voice, she readies the jewel between her fingers in preparation for the next bullet. Just as Caster says, her jewels would not shatter if she were just protecting herself. Each jewel should be able to block Caster's spell about 3 times, but she couldn't do that. Caster's Magecraft covers the sanctuary once it is activated. Kuzuki should be protected by Caster, but he is an exception. If she doesn't counter Caster's Magecraft before it is activated, then Shiro Emiya, who is keeping Soichiro Kuzuki busy, will burn and die. Therefore, it is meaningless if she protects only herself. She can't let him die like that, and the premise of this strategy is that he stops Kuzuki.
まだ守りきるつもり？大した信念ですけど、それもいつまで持つかしらね。受けてばかりでは結果は見えて
Yeah, you're kind of on the back foot here. Caster's fingers move. In response to that, she makes the first move. Her jewels will run out, and she will be killed if she keeps on defending. Caster's Magecraft and her jewels. If the magical energy contained is the same, then it means she can beat Caster if she makes the first move. But she cannot surpass Caster's spells. If Rin Tosaka is the fastest without using spells and can establish Magecraft just by releasing jewels, Caster is also the fastest, as she can create divine mysteries with just one phrase. There's no first move in their battle. This is just a clash of power against power. The first one to lose from the clash and run out of magical energy loses. Then, throw them all out! Cool. Sword of Flames is cool, that's a good one. She just needs to force her way through. She uses her jewels one after another and breaks through Caster's magical energy. There are 3 jewels released. Additionally, she uses her treasured 4th jewel to add a synergistic effect. That Magecraft is beyond her limits. You cannot use Magecraft surpassing your own tolerance. She herself, who told him that, is breaking the rule to unleash this attack. The attack would destroy not only the sanctuary, but the entire church had Caster not defended against it. Just, yep, suck it all up, I guess. But the witch in purple blocks it like it was nothing. No, it wasn't just that. Caster had swallowed all of her magical energy into her robe. Tosaka stands there in astonishment. I think we're fucked. Behind her, she can hear the sound of his defeat. The sound of breaking swords and his body slamming against the wall. The match is about to be settled. There's nothing she can do, and her body sways. She staggers forward as if defeated by inescapable despair.
これで終わり？まだ手持ちの宝石はあるのでしょ？諦めずになくなるまで試してみたら？
I think we're screwed. She has no energy to answer. Regardless of how many jewels she has left, this was the best that she could do. If that didn't work, not even 100 jewels would be enough to hurt Caster with her Magecraft.
そう。ようやく理解したようね。何をしようが私にはかなわないと。けれど楽しくはあったわ、お嬢さん。
Oops.
それだけでもあなたに価値を与えましょう。
She stops herself from falling forward, suppressing her nausea with her hand, and keeps glaring at Caster.
悔しい？けれどこれが現実よ。
Yeah, she's gloating. I get it.
遊んであげたとはいえ、あなたはこの私に魔術戦をさせたのだから。
Even Caster, or I'm sorry, then Caster points at her, as if to pronounce her death sentence.
消えなさい。
Kianasai.
あの坊やが私のマスターに倒されるのは時間の問題。
Well, something happened. I don't know about that.
その前にこちらもそろそろ終わりにしましょう。
Castor slowly murmurs her death. That opening. She had been waiting for that judgment.
シュトラククローススパイ
Ooh. She only needs one phrase to release the spell. She hangs her head and smiles as she murmurs. That was pretty cool. I like the line slowly closing in. All according to Keikaku. I doubt my own eyes for a moment. Tosaka and Castor. Their battle of Magecraft ended with Tosaka's defeat. Tosaka slowly staggered forward as if asking for Castor's forgiveness, and Castor released Magecraft to finish her off. That moment, Tosaka counters the released Magecraft. That's fine. That's not surprising. The problem is after that, Tosaka punches Castor with a fired up stance. Yeah, she strengthened her own fist like Castor was doing to Kazuki, so that she could just fucking beat her up. It was all a ploy to get close enough to Castor so she could just beat the fuck out of her. Tosaka throws herself into the hellfire. She counters the released Magecraft and, using it as a distraction, she jumps onto Castor. Castor's surprise is that of a mage. She could not have predicted that the mage that lost in Magecraft would come punching at her. I didn't expect it either, so it must be like blasphemy for Castor, who is an excellent mage. But that isn't just a useless struggle. Tosaka closes in and lands a 1-inch punch, a Chinese martial arts move on Castor's chest. I didn't know she knew that. A shattering sound. Tosaka must have strengthened her fist like Kuzuki, as her blow easily breaks through Castor's defense. Yeah, literally, I like this. This is awesome. Rin's whole plan was just, I'm gonna pretend to be doing a real wizard duel. And then I'm gonna pretend to lose the wizard duel so that Castor will gloat and let me get close enough to just punch her in the face. That's awesome. Wizards never expect you to just fucking punch them, is the thing.
怖い肉様今時の魔術師ってのは護身術も必修科目よ
Get her! I'm honestly fascinated by her coordination. Tosaka drops to the ground right after the 1-inch punch. Putting both hands on the ground, she crouches down to Castor's knees. To Castor, who has no hand-to-hand combat knowledge, it must look like Tosaka disappeared. Then she executes a foot sweep. Oh, hit him with the low! Awesome. Her kick using her entire body is explosive, as if trying to kick off Castor's legs. The squeak. Castor's feet are swept beneath her and lands on her back. Get her ass! But it doesn't stop. After the sweep, Tosaka stands up with her back turned to Castor, uses the turning momentum to jab at Castor with an elbow. Tosaka stops her turning and throws a straight punch at Castor, putting her weight into it. She's doing fucking combos on her. She's just beating her ass. It's awesome. Castor's body is blown away. Taking Tosaka's straight punch directly, Castor is slammed into the wall like me. Wait, hang on. Wait, stop. I love that Castor's statue's like, hold on. Leaning against the wall, Castor pans dizzily. There is distance between them. Tosaka kicks the ground to cover the few meters between them. The match is settled. Castor cannot move, and her wound seems fatal. The battle only lasted for a few seconds. The match is settled within a 5-second interval after I was smashed into the wall when confronting Kuzuki. Castor has no energy left to fight back. Tosaka closes in on Castor with saber-like speed and delivers the finishing blow, strengthening for just a few seconds using Magecraft. Tosaka intended to fight Caster close combat from the start. Caster only saw Tosaka as a mage. She acted like she was at a disadvantage so that she could use that opening to achieve her one-time surprise attack. And the plan worked. Caster was deceived by Tosaka and completely lost. Tosaka has won the battle. Yes. Unless, what if there was a guy who was even better at punching? If not for this man's monstrous athleticism. If Tosaka running to Caster was like a hurricane, then his speed is like a storm caused by the devil. Tosaka stops. In front of Caster, leaning against the wall, is Soichiro Kozuki, who is just in front of me until now. Tosaka moves. The instant Tosaka feels death and immediately shields her face while jumping back. Kozuki's right fist that blew me away strikes Tosaka's face. Ouch! Tosaka guards her face with both hands and jumped back, but she's sent flying. Tosaka is smashed into the wall opposite from me with her arms dangling down as if they are broken. You should have done it faster. You weren't optimal enough, Rin, he says calmly. But that's not Tosaka's fault. The reason she lost her chance is because of me. If I had stopped Kozuki, Tosaka would have defeated Caster. This is my responsibility. Our once-in-a-lifetime opportunity was lost because of my inexperience, and Soichiro Kozuki's superior hand-to-hand combat skills. Caster's regained her consciousness. With Kozuki by her side, she extends her awareness to the entire church. It was all for naught. Ambushes won't work on Caster anymore. Tosaka barely has any strength left, and I only have 2 swords left. This is bad. If they use her to attack us in this state, we won't be able to see the light of day ever again. Oh no. I don't want to fight Mind-Broken Saber. She's scary. Caster raises her hand and points at her on the altar. She is visibly bound by magical curses, just as Caster is about to set her free. Uh-oh. The sound came from above. I can hear the whisper coming from the stairs above me. Caster was the first one that noticed something was wrong. Kozuki can't tell. Why? Because Kozuki can't detect traces of magical energy. Caster is on the move. Countless amount of swords can be seen, floating above Caster's master. Womp womp. Above Soichiro Kozuki. Yeah, the old triple cross. Perhaps Caster understood that she wouldn't be able to block the attack. She now stands in front of her master trying to shield him from the assault. Oh, okay, I get it. I get what's going on here. I was certain that the voice above me uttered such words. I had suspected, like, it was very unsubtly foreshadowed, especially in this route, what Archer's deal is. The room is now silent. The floating swords turned their gaze upon a single target on the floor and rained down upon them, piercing them. Revolver Ocelot-esque? Yeah. This was my Keikaku Dori, Archer says. It's like he said, the highest chance of survival. I'll pretend to be on their side, so that Caster lowers her guard around me when Rin and Shiro eventually come to fight again. And then I can jump her. Archer believes in the surprise attack, always. Never fight a fair fight is Archer's deal. The swords vanish after I've cut through flesh and bone. leaving behind only traces of crimson. Yeah, he doesn't have pride. She chose to be a shield. Dragging her bloodied body, the woman looks back to the man she tried to protect. Seems like Castor's fate at every route is to get stabbed a bunch from the sky. Yeah, it made Castor lose a ton of mana to use her spells, basically. Kuzuki says nothing, while his servant stands in front of him with countless piercing wounds. Maybe she feels she doesn't have to hide it anymore. Taking down her hood, the woman shows her real face and slowly approaches her master. Aw, she's pretty. Her body is crumbling. At the brink of her death, the woman looks upon her emotionless master. She gently caresses the man's face with her hand. Yeah, Castor kind of had a raw deal, didn't she? Both in her life and being summoned this time. Her breath getting shallower with each fading second. Kuzuki shows no changes. Because I guess he's just a sociopath, I don't know. He simply utters a short confirmation, and he does not even bother to turn his gaze on Castor. I think she truly did like Kuzuki. She felt like he was kind of her rescuer, basically. From being as a servant as she was in life. This is fine. Wait. The woman lets out a smile, realizing that perhaps she's content because of this man. The woman's hand drops down from the man's face. Castor's body starts to disintegrate from her feet. Aww, he does like her. His simple and straight answer makes her smile. She smiles and looks at him like she's staring into a fading dream. Aww. I guess it would make sense, right? He's like the first guy who was not ever like completely horribly judgmental towards her and treated her at least sort of like a person. The great witch fades away as she falls to her eternal slumber. Her purple robe falls to the ground. Without its owner, the robe also follows its master and fades into the wind. Not spending a moment looking at Castor, Kuzuki had turned his attention to that guy. To the guy probably standing above me. To the knight wearing a red cloak. I think he's mad at Archer. My head hurts. It's not from the burden of projecting too many weapons. It's that chant. The chant that came out of that guy's mouth is attacking my brain with a constant feeling of nausea. Trace on. I'm certain that's what he said. I keep telling myself it's not possible for him to whisper those words, but without a doubt, he uttered those exact words. Are there any other archers I should know about? Archer walks down into the church. Kosaka stares at Archer and is probably still doubting her own eyes. See, we even had that whole bit earlier when Archer quote-unquote betrayed Rin. Where he's like, oh, don't worry, Castor. I'm totally on your side. We don't need to make a contract. You don't need to have command spells with me. It's fine. I'm totally gonna do what you say. Don't worry. I won't give you the good old triple cross. No, never. Not me. Archer is not saying a word. He focuses his sights solely on his enemy, Kuzuki. I guess we're gonna fight now. I don't know what Kuzuki can do without Castor's strengthening magic. Now he's just like a normal guy. Even if he's really good at punching. Oh, haha.
そちらの方
Good
が
one.
ふさわしい。
Archer betrayed Castor right in front of her master, yet he shows no traces of regret facing the same man.
そうか。お前のような男を引き込んだ
Yeah, it kinda is.
落ち度だったな。
She really did fall for it. Even with the traitor standing in front of him, Kuzuki shows no changes in his tone. He still has fight left in him. He's not a mage, and he's lost Castor, but Kuzuki still has the will to keep this fight going. He resumes his combat stance. Without Castor, Kuzuki's combat ability should have decreased drastically. Even if he's still the same dangerous Viper, Castor's boon that turned his fist to steel should have been gone by now. Despite that, Kuzuki still decides to face Archer.
そうか。続けるというのなら止めはしない。
It's for the honor of his waifu. Archer takes up his swords. There are unseen sparks between them. The battle is set to begin. Is that really for the best? Kuzuki said he's not interested in the Holy Grail. He was simply here to accompany Castor. Truly a master in name only. If that's the case, there shouldn't be any more reasons for Kuzuki to keep fighting now that Castor is gone.
待て、どうして続けるんだクズキ。あんたはキャスターの言いなりになってただけだろ。
She was mid, but I liked her, Kuzuki
戦
says.
う理由はないはずだ。
My head hurts so much that my consciousness is fading, but I'm fixing my sights on the both of them. Kuzuki closes his eyes for but a brief moment and answers.
そうだ。戦う理由などない。
I have no idea how they're gonna explain such fuckery,
私は聖杯などに興味はなかったからな。
but I guess Archer is like Shiro, or a version of Shiro who dies and became a heroic spirit somehow. I don't know. I'm sure they'll get into it.
なら、
だが、これは私が始めたことだ。
I mean, they do look similar. Like, they've got the same hair and the same face, kinda.
できない。
It's simple. His answer is plain and simple. Well, alright. Guess we'll kill each other. The fight begins. This battle between them will probably end in a single encounter. Even if Kazuki possesses martial arts and skills beyond that of a simple human, his opponent is a servant. Simply being better than normal humans is not enough. This fight is just an excuse to tighten up a loose end. This is the fate of the loser. A fight between the two masters is always going to kill or be killed. So what's going to happen to Kazuki is to be expected. One is going to have a problem with this, and don't ever step into this war. Even so, if I can stop them, shouldn't I try? Why should I stop them? This seems like the most Shiro thing to do, but I'm also like, what if I try and stop them and Shiro just accidentally runs into Archer's sword and that's a bad end? Which, come to think of it, would really be funny, so let's do it. If there's a way for him to be saved, if there's a way to resolve this without killing, is it so wrong to wish for it? I don't mind being called naive. And I know I'm a hypocrite. To a master, defeating your opponent means killing them. They're all aware of this fact before getting themselves involved thus far. They chose to fight knowing they will have to kill or be killed trying. I know how much of a coward I am for wanting to step in and stop them from fighting. And yet, if I had already decided to fight for someone, to help someone, then I can't afford to lose a life when that life can be spared.
やめろ。勝負はついた。これ以上は。
I try to stop them while enduring my headache. In that moment, Kazuki makes his move. Maybe my move gave him an opening. Kazuki shortens the distance between him and Archer in an instant and strikes right between his eyes. A strike that would have shattered anyone's skull, yet Archer decided not to dodge the deadly attack. A sound can be heard as the attack makes contact with Archer's head. The Red Knight chose to withstand Kazuki's strike and used as the opportunity to pierce through Kazuki's chest. Yeah, I was like, that's not gonna do shit. You don't have power fists anymore. There's only silence. No one could utter a sound. Even I am at a loss for words. Soichiro Kozuki is dead. Heihachi Mishima is dead. He died on the path he chose, like a ghost who left behind no words of longing, nor feelings of regret or hope. My head hurts. I'm not sure if it's because my stressed magic circuit is pressing against my nerves, or because I can't forgive Archer for killing Kozuki without even batting an eye, or because I'm mad at myself for being utterly powerless to oppose. Without knowing the cause, the sharp pain in my head gets even sharper. Ow! Brain! Disintegrating! I turn my head towards the sound. With Castor gone, the binding curses should be undone. In front of the altar at the back of the church, Saber hits the floor. Oh, hi, Saber. You can enter the plot again now. Still lying on the floor, Saber's breathing is labored and in pain. Can you keep the dress, though? It was good. You look good in it. Seeing her like that makes me forget about my headache. I rush towards her. I am annoyed that even the few meters between me and her feels so far away. Yay, she did keep it! I didn't expect her to have so many sprites in it. Saber looks up. Seeing me running toward her, Saber lets out a sigh of relief. That's kind of a cute face. Castor does have good taste. I'll miss her. She brought some spice to this game. Finally, some eroticism in this arrow gay. Was what I thought when she was like binding up our Saber. She suddenly tackles me and sends me flying. A sudden blow from the side. I was knocked down without resisting. My body is sent flying and bounces hard against the floor. Owie. My back lands first on the floor. I am still confused by what just happened, but just as I look up, in that moment, I hear the sound of metal clashing again. What I see is Saber armoring up. And, right in front of her, on the ground where I had stood, there are multiple swords piercing the floor. What's your fucking problem, man? The betrayal is over. We're not doing a quintuple cross. Come on. It's him. He lets out a sigh, a sound of disappointment as he keeps his sights on Saber. Not even able to stand upright, Saber glares at Archer. I don't have to guess the reason. He fired his sword and tried to kill me from behind my back. Saber noticed what he was trying to do and instantly covered for me. Wipe that fucking smile off your face. I hate you. Tosaka stands there looking at him dumbfounded, while Saber wields her sword as she's gasping for breath. Even if their positions are different, they harbor the same question. Now that Castor is defeated, why is Archer trying to kill Shiro Emiya? Good question. He's tired of more than one him being around. I've had enough of this dweebier version of me. Only Archer and I stood unfazed by the interaction. That's right, I'm not surprised at what just happened. We have despised each other from the very beginning. We've stood against each other knowing we will never get along. We both reject each other's existence, not even knowing why. Why? The reason behind why we must reject each other. If it's really what I think it is. Of course he would want to kill me. I tried to stand up after being knocked to the floor. Saber was pretty desperate. She probably charged into me without being able to hold back. Because of that, she could barely catch her breath. That's why I must stand up. If the Saber I knew were to tackle me, it wouldn't be this week. Right now, she barely has enough strength to even face me. If she's to go up against Archer in that body of hers, it would be no different than suicide. I'm thinking I don't have any command spells on me, and I can kill this guy I think is annoying. Tosaka approaches Archer. Of course, she's confused. Archer only sided with Castor so he could betray her at the end and kill her. Now that he's succeeded, there's no reason for Archer to attack me. Yeah, there's still no contract. The contract's still broken, girly.
ちゃん。
お前との契約は切れている。自由になった私が自ら進んだ人間の手下になると思うのか。
Not into that anymore. Tosaka looks upon Archer like she still can't believe what she's just heard. But then a sudden realization hits her.
まさかあーちゃん。
私は私の目的の
My own goal. Only got one thing on the
そこ
brain.
にお前がいてはいささか面倒だ。
Tosaka jumps back. She distances herself from Archer and starts running towards me while I am still trying to stand up. But Tosaka was not able to do that. Oh, here comes the billion swords again. Everybody's so good at making swords in this. A storm of swords 2 meters tall is raining down. The swords come down in a circular pattern, stabbing the floor to create a cage. A circular cage with barely enough space for a single human. The instant the cage is formed, Tosaka is trapped in the middle of it.
ここまで来て邪魔はさせん。契約が切れた今、お前にかけられた0時の縛りも存在しない。キャスターについた理由はそれだけだ。あの0時を無効にするためには、
I figured as much. That was the true Keikaku. Archer starts walking, turning his back on Tosaka, who's now trapped in a cage of swords. Yeah, generational hater play. I pretended to betray you, specifically so Caster would break my contracts. So your command spell telling me not to kill Shiro no longer works, so I can kill Shiro because he's annoying. You gotta respect it. You gotta respect the guy's hater plays. He's not walking towards Saber, but towards me, while I still have my knee on the floor.
やっぱりなんでよあーちゃん。あんたまだシロを殺すつもりなの？
そう。自らの手で
I hate this guy. I've had enough. I want to choke him to death.
それだけが
I hate that he's me, but lamer.
俺のただ一つの願望だ。
I don't want him to be me, is probably what it is. So I might as well kill him, because being me sucks. Strength is returning to Saber's body. She collects her thoughts, focuses her strength, and shifts herself between Archer and myself.
あーちゃん、あなたはまさか。
そうだ。いつか言っていたな、セイバー。
You sure don't.
俺には
He's not interested in any of that bullshit.
無論だ。そんなものがあるはずがない。この身を埋めているのは後悔だけだよ。俺はね、セイバー。英雄になどならなければ。
Wow, it's like pottery. It rhymes. Saber also kind of wished she never became a hero, but for like slightly different reasons. Saber's will to fight is leaving her body. Maybe she has suddenly understood something. Whatever it may be, she no longer has any animosity towards Archer.
そういうことだ。聞いているがいい、騎士を。マスターがいない身で無茶をすれば、すぐに消えるぞ。
It's like some sort of theme. It's like some sort of theme. Every servant is like, being a hero was great. I loved being a hero. It was awesome. It was awesome how I sacrificed myself for no reason. And then like 5 minutes later, like, okay, I admit it. I hated it actually. I think I sucked at it. And I wished it never happened. Yeah, Lancer and Assassin are the only ones who are like chill with it. I think Lancer is like, I don't know about Assassin, but Lancer is like the only one who's like, yeah, I was a badass hero actually. I was the best. I'm pretty chill with being a heroic spirit actually, because I was the best. I don't know about that Gilgamesh guy though. He's kind of crazy. I don't know if Gilgamesh is enjoying his new lease on life so much as like, I wanna be king, baby. I'm the king of the Holy Grail. Yeah, it made Lancer pissed off that Archer doesn't have pride as a hero. Like, Lancer's like, why? That matters, though. Yeah, Assassin's just kind of zen with it all. He's like, I don't even know if I was real. Might as well just be chill. She holds up her invisible sword, but the brave and gallant knight is nowhere to be seen.
そうか。ならば、偽りの主ともども、ここで消えろ。
Swords appear in Archer's hand. What? Saber can't even withstand Archer's attacks as she is right now. I stand up and try to reach out for Saber. Maybe she's trying to stay away from my reach. Saber focuses all her strength to her feet and rushes toward Archer. Not looking good. The fight is over after a few rounds of trading blows. The old Saber would have undoubtedly overpowered Archer, but now she can barely swing her sword for seconds before she's down on her knees. Saber doesn't even have a sword in her hand anymore. In an effort to resist Castor's curse, she used up all of her magical energy. For Saber now, even taking an air is an effort. She's facing down, all fours on the floor, and trying her hardest just to maintain her existence. Archer raises his arms. He swings his swords down upon the defenseless Saber. I rush in. I won't allow it. I hate it when girls die! And muster up all of my strength to block Archer's attack. I hold up my two swords. With the weapons I instantly projected in my hand, I fix my sight on the Red Knight.
あとしばらくはおとなしくしていると思ったがな。
I can't. He hates it when girls die. We've known this.
うるさい。お前が殺したがってるのは俺だろ。なら、相手を間違えるな。
The two of us continue to face off with each other. We both hold twin swords in our hands. Even though our stature may differ, our stance is absolutely identical. Like we're the same guy or something.
人柄もそこまで行けば本望だ。だが、お前の体はその魔術講師に耐えられるか。
A clear mockery. But like he said, I am at my limit. My headache won't stop and my accelerated magic circuits are at their limit because of my repeated projection. In my current state, if I continue to trade blows with him while maintaining the swords, my brain will explode before he cuts me down. That would be bad.
前に忠告したな。お前に投影は扱えないと。分不相応の魔術は身を滅ぼす。お前をここまで生かしてきた。
Well, that's fine. That's what he does.
ここで支払うことになったな。
Archer. Oh, sorry. Archer is charging towards me. At that moment, I meet Archer's swords with my own, with such intensity as if it will make me forget about my headache. I swing my weapons. My movement is simply a mimicry of my opponent's. If my swords are borrowed, so is the skill to wield them. That's why there's no way I can match him. Even if I'm at my peak condition, I'm not able to defeat him. A fake can come close to the real thing, but it will never surpass it. That's why I didn't have a chance to stand up to this man from the beginning. He told me to drown, holding on to my ideals. He also told me my life was a lie. Couldn't say anything to him because he was my ideal. The power to realize the impossible. A man who became a heroic spirit after saving so many others. I am the one who wished to become like that. Well, he doesn't seem happy about it. That's why I can't win. The man standing in front of me is one who has reached the end of my ideal. If this man is truly the same person who wanted to become stronger to save others, the embodiment of Shiro Emiya's ideals, yeah, I guess you're fucked. The swords shattered. While I was able to block his attack, I lost my swords in the process. My consciousness is fading. My body is uninjured, but what's inside of my body is bleeding, slowly withering away. Good night, Kendricks. Thanks for hanging out.
それがエミやシローの限界だ。無理を積み重ねてきたお前にはふさわしい幕切れだろう。
He raises his sword. Just when I try to discern which side the sword is going to cut down from with my fading consciousness. Uh-oh. What is she doing now? Kosaka's dignified voice echoes in the church. Is she summoning? Maybe he was distracted by that. The sword strike loses its momentum, if that's the case. Even in my current body, I can dodge that attack. I rolled away on the floor to create some distance. Archer clicks his tongue. He doesn't go after me and looks at Saber on the floor. Oh, she's making a contract with Saber. Hey, this is a cool CG. Finally, lesbians. This is what I was hoping for. I was actually seriously hoping in this Rin would forge a contract with Saber. Because of the way things were going, where Saber wasn't Shiro's servant anymore, and he doesn't have magical energy, so I doubt he could forge one with her again. Tosaka is reaching her hand out to Saber from her cage of swords. Responding to her call, Saber rushes to Tosaka with all her strength. Yuri! This is the contract that should have happened. It is a fun plotline, Pygrade, I agree. Saber is finally able to get the master she deserves. Yuri? Oh, she's powered up. That's right. Saber, with a master who actually has magical energy, is the fucking strongest. Winds gather and whirl around the Saber. Perhaps it's because she's gotten her real power back now that she has a proper master. Her stats under Rin is so much better than under Shiro. I'll have to check the servant update when it gets to it. The Saber facing Archer now is not the same person as before. That's King Arthur, bitch. She's the fucking strongest when she has a proper person giving her magic energy. I'm not the only one stunned by this sight. Even Archer is enchanted by what's happening. A surge of magical energy and a set of armor that's impervious to damage. That enormous magical energy, which is enough to overwhelm anyone, is truly infinite. That is Saber. The heroic spirit of the sword that is said to be the most powerful of servants. Yeah, this is bad news for you, buddy. I don't know why you thought this would work out in your favor when you're trying to kill their buddy. Maybe he can't spare any effort on me anymore, but Archer is only focusing on Saber. Yeah, you really don't get who Saber is. It's really funny how every time I know Archer's whole thing is not having pride, but he, seems to be unable to comprehend that other people are like, I don't want this random guy to die for no reason. Like, other people are just, fundamentally opposed to killing this teenager for no reason. Yes, it is a nice note that this was Archer's intent, and that he likes Rin. And, he doesn't want to get rid of Rin. He actually does seem to like Rin. It's Shiro that he has a problem with. But he seems to have underestimated the idea that Rin or Saber would care so little about Shiro. Which they don't. He's trying to wheel and deal with Saber right now. And she's like, what are you fucking talking about, dude? I'm not gonna let this random dude die. I think he's chill. Saber says with determination. Irritated by her words, Archer grips his sword.
今の私を相手にして
Yeah, this would not go in your favor, my friend. Saber's words are true. Saber in her condition now could go against Berserker one-on-one and still walk away victorious. Man, I feel bad for Berserker. He exists in this route just for power scaling. It doesn't matter who Archer is. He can't win against Saber. He understands that better than anyone, yet. It's a lot of magical energy, I think. Not letting her respond, Archer charges at Saber. Swords clash. A bolt of crimson rushes towards Saber, and Archer swings with all of his might. Saber blocks that attack without even flinching. Their difference in stature and even Archer's sudden burst of speed make no difference. Saber parries Archer's attack with ease. Yet Archer is the one who falls back, despite being on the offense. A single strike with utmost power and precision. Not only was it blocked, he even lost his balance in the process. Archer falls back without hesitation. Seeing an opening, Saber attacks Archer with a fierce onslaught. There's nothing Archer can do other than block Saber's attacks. She's the fucking strongest. That's the wife. Wife is so powerful. If he tries to counter, Saber's sword will split his skull in that opening. No, he doesn't even have the spare effort to think about countering. The only resistance allowed for Archer is blocking Saber's attack until he runs out of strength. Even then, that won't last long. The magical energy imbued in Saber's sword is chipping away at Kancho and Bakuya. The twin swords can't stand any more of Saber's attacks, nor does Archer have much strength left. The end came sooner than expected. Not able to withstand Saber's assault, Archer falls down on his knee. Saber stops for a short moment, then swings down her sword. That decisive strike, Archer stopped it with the cross formed by his swords. The fight ends there. While Archer did stop Saber's attack, he can't move another inch. If he lets go even an ounce of his strength, Saber's sword will cut him in half from the skull down. Hard. Pouring all his strength into his arms, Archer stops Saber's strike. Sweat is dripping down Archer's forehead, and he's gasping for breath. In contrast, Saber is calm and collected. In close-range combat, it's impossible for an Archer-class servant to win against a Saber-class servant.
ここまでです、アーチャー。先ほど私の身を案じていましたが、それはあなたにも言えることだ。キャスターを倒すためにあれだけの宝具を使った今、
It's true.
魔力は残り少ないはずです。加えて、この世に留まるためのマスターもいる。魔力の供給もままならない今のあなたに何ができる？
それこそ余計な世話だ、セイバー。アーチャーのサーバントにはマスターがおらずとも単独で存在する能力がある。マスター
That is true. You've mentioned that.
存命できよう。それだけあればあの小僧を仕留めるには十分だ。
バカな。まだそんなことを言うのですか？あなたの望みは聖杯ではなく、
I hate this guy.
白を殺すこと。
I hate that I'm him. I hate that he's me. Archer didn't respond. His cold eyes simply stare at the battle, baffled and troubled Saber.
なんということを。アーチャー、あなたの望みは間違っている。なぜそのような結末を望むのですか？そんなことをしてもあなた
Yeah, you'll get wiped from the timeline or whatever. Be saved. Saber bites down on her lips before she can finish her sentence.
間違えているか。
Archer puts more strength into his arms. He stares back at Saber.
それはこちらのセリフだ、セイバー。君こそいつまで間違った望みを抱き。
A brief moment of sadness flickers in Archer's eyes as he asks Saber.
アーチャー、
Saber's grip on her sword weakens. Distracted you. Archer seizes the opportunity to free himself and uses the opening to kick Saber off. Saber was sent backward from that kick, but she lands with grace. The situation doesn't change from a minute ago. I don't know why I thought minute. I know it's spelled the same, but context clues should have helped me realize which it was. I am really glad Rin and Saber got to form a contract. I was hoping for this, legitimately. I want to be clear. I don't think Shiro is a bad character. I think he's a good protagonist. But I feel kind of the same way about him as I do with Shiki. Mr. Tono from Tsukihime, where it's like he has a lot of cute moments with Arkwood and CL and etc. But as far as like romance goes, I'm like, and I'm like much more interested in what Arkwood and Seal and Saber and Rin could have going on. Maybe I'm just too woke. I don't know. The stalemate between Saber, who is protecting me, and Archer, who has his back turned to the caged Tosaka. The distance between the two has extended to about 5 meters.
分かりきっていたことだが、やはり剣技では及ばぬか。
The swords in his hand disappear, and he faces Saber empty-handed. Guess I'll leave. Defeated male leaves.
まさか、君こそ思い違いはよせ。俺はアーチャーだぞ。
Are you sure? You've seemed to prefer it this whole fucking time. After saying that,
I'm the bone of my soul.
okay, he's saying it in red. That's concerning. In a whisper, Archer starts with the incantation.
やめろ、アーチャー。私はあなたとは。
セイバー、いつかお前を解き放つ者が現れる。
In another route, maybe.
それは今回ではないようだが、おそらくは次もお前と関わるのは私なのだろうよ。Unknown to death.
Oh, he's doing the full thing. He's saying the full thingy. The incantation echoes in the church. Nothing changes in the surrounding. An incantation that long will most certainly affect the environment. Magecraft is something that works by exerting influence on the world itself. However, his incantation doesn't do it, but... I hate this kid so fucking much. Oh, he's real mad. He raises his left arm. Does that mean he's completing his incantation? He said the thing! Everybody clap! That's the name of the route! Everybody clap at Unlimited Blade Works. With a clear phrase, he starts to exert his influence on the world. Here they come. Flames erupting. The flames trace across the floor as if drawing a line. Does that mean the flames are creating a boundary around the church? The bright luminescence generated by the flame envelops the church. In an instant, the church was replaced by a strange landscape. Yay, there it is! Everybody's seen this, right? Everybody's seen this one. God, he even looks more like Shiro in this CG, the way his hair and face are drawn. Another wallpaper screen, that's right. My headache is overpowering my thoughts. They've just like given up on hiding that he's meant to look like Shiro now. He's even proportioned more like him. I can understand. I can understand this magecraft, this bizarre scenery. Yeah, you've seen it in a dream. It shouldn't be possible for me to understand, but I was able to decipher what is happening in front of my eyes naturally. And that fact is hurting my head more than anything. To sum it up in one word, this is a forge. Burning flames and rotating gears in the sky, swords with no wielders are scattered across this wasteland. Every blade across the landscape is a famed sword. Even the Kasho and Bakuya he uses were weaved from this world. A seemingly infinite projection of weapons. The countless weapons make this place look like a junkyard. And standing in the middle of this wasted kingdom is the Red Knight.
これ
I'm entering serious mode. There is obvious confusion in Saber's voice. Standing in the cold phantom flame, she looks at the Red Knight, bewildered.
固有結界
Hey, it's a reality marvel. We know that proper noun. We know that proper noun from Tsukihime.
心象世界を具現化して現実を侵食する大禁獣
I did my homework.
あんたは剣士でもなければ騎兵でもなくて
そう生前英霊となる前は魔術師だったということだ
Kosaka speaks calmly. Does that mean she already knew? Maybe she had already discerned Archer's identity?
ではアーチャーあなたの宝具は
そんなものはない私は聖剣も負け
Listen, thinking is hard for Shiro right now. His brain is exploding.
俺が用いるのはこの世界だけだ宝具が英霊のシンボルだというのならこの魔術こそが俺の宝具武器であるのならばオリジナルを見るだけで複製し貯蔵する
Sounds like somebody else we know.
英霊としての能力だ
Saber can't believe what she has heard. She looks around, bewildered, seeing only swords in this wasteland, swords that feel no different than unmarked gravestones. This place filled with wasteland and iron, covered by a lonely gray sky.
これが
It's like the inverse of Gates of Babylon, right?
アーチャー
Gilgamesh can make all the original versions of every famous sword. Archer can make perfect copies of their final versions.
そうだ試してみても構わんぞセイバーお前の聖剣確実に複製してみせよう
私の聖剣その正体を知って言うのか
Yeah, it's like he's experienced another root or something.
もちろんあれほどのものになると完全な複製はできぬが真に迫ることは
I can get pretty close.
となればどうなる聖剣同士が衝突した時周りの人間は生きていられるか
アーチャーあなたは
そういうことだ間違っても聖剣を使うなセイバー
Yeah, the fire. I mean, it makes sense. Like they said, it's a forge.
その場合消えるのは我々ではなく周りの人間だお前のことだ自身を犠牲にしてもそこの小僧を守るだろう俺とて聖剣など投影しては自滅するとなれば生き残るのは一人だけ
Yeah, he'd be really sad about it.
あまりにも意味がない
Archer raises his left arm. At the signal, swords start to levitate behind him.
抵抗はするな運が良ければ即死することもないことが済んだ後お前のマスターに癒してもらう
Archer's finger points at Saber. Countless swords turn and point at Saber. Every single one of those swords is capable of delivering a killing blow.
かわすのもいいがその方背後の男は開ける
I like that he uses Aibo specifically, your partner. Your close buddy. He gives his command to the swords. The infinite amount of swords start their assault. Saber can't afford to move a single inch from her spot. Knowing a single mishap could be fatal, Saber grips the sword in her hand and strikes down each and every sword that rains down.
トライス
I'm gonna do it now. My headache is taking away my ability to think. My magic circuits will only last for one more try. My devastated insides are scorched beyond recognition and on the verge of melting. But all of that stopped mattering from the moment I saw this world. Next thing I know, I'm focusing my strength and running up next to Saber, fixing my eyes on those annoying swords.
シロダメだ早く
I don't think he's listening, girly. Who cares? If my eyes can't keep up with the flurry of swords, then what I need to do now is let my senses take over and analyze them. I'm gonna fuck every single one of these swords. Even if my head can't process any faster, I'm still pushing it beyond its limit. The next wave of swords is coming. It feels as if the hammer of a gun knocks down on the back of my head. I reach out my left arm. I don't have a shred of doubt. I copied so many up until now. If the logic and the method behind what I did was correct, then there's no way I can't copy the flurry of swords before me. We're all fine. Fragments shatter around us. When I opened my eyes, his reality marble, or whatever it's called, was gone. What remain are the scattered fragments of swords and... a hellish feeling of nausea that makes me gag as if I'm about to throw up my own organs. Yeah, that wasn't healthy for you, Shiro. He stares at me with animosity. Archer grabbed Tosaka out of her cage of swords and restrained her. Tosaka violently moves her body, trying to get away from Archer's grasp. I don't know what he's done, but Archer puts his hand on the back of Tosaka's neck, and her consciousness is gone. Nap time for Rin. He just picked her up like a wet cat. After that, he decides to leave the church. He holds Tosaka in his arms as he leaps up the stairs that led to the ground above. Now it's your turn to be kidnapped, Rin, I guess.
どこに行く気ですアーチャー
これ以上邪魔の入らないところだ。俺は今ので魔力切れだしな。お前に守られた構造を仕留めるだけの力はない。
リンを連れて行くのは人質ですか
いや、交換条件だ。これが俺の手元にある限り、そこの小僧は
He's such a hater.
加えて、リンはお前のマスターになった。いかにお前が小僧を守ると、マスター
Generational hating. This is like self-harm at insane levels. You are so depressed, both of you. I'm trying to fight this nausea. Trying hard to hold on so I don't pass out. I respond to his nonsense. And then, exhausted, I tell him without even looking at him. We can blow shit up there.
シロ
俺に文句があるんだろう。いいぜ、聞いてやれ。言いたいことがあるのはこっちだって同じなんだ。
But it's nap time. My head hurt. I am fading in and out of my consciousness. Despite the nauseating sickness, I told him as much.
そうか。アインツベルの城があったな。確かに、あの城ならば邪魔は入るな。いい覚悟じゃないか、エミヤシロ。
うるさい。そんなことより。
I don't want to hear his flattery. If I have to listen to any more of it, my innards might burst out of my body from the unbearable pain. The only thing worse than blowing up my brain with magic is listening to this fucker go on.
それまで遠坂に手を出してみろ。その時はセイバーの手を借りてもお前を殺してやる。
A sharp pain attacks me. I warn him in rage and claw at my head to fight my headache.
よかろう。場所を指定した見返りだ。一日は安全を保証してやる。だが急げよ。マスターがいない今、俺とて時間がない。この身は2日と持たぬだろう。 その前にお前を殺せないとあらば、腹いせに人質を手にかけかねんからな。
Alright, man. His annoying laughter lingers in my ear as he leaves. I fell down on my knee before I can see him leave.
シロ、無茶をして、いくらあなたでもアーチャーと同じ投影をするのは早すぎます。
What if I try really hard though? She holds me as I fall down.
セイバー、盗作取られちまった。
I try to stand up while holding my head.
シロ、それはいいのです。リンは無事だ。アーチャーもリンには手を出さないでしょう。それより、今はあなたの方が危ない。リンのことは私に任せて、シロは家で休息を取るべきです。
いや、そんな暇は。
Listen, buddy, it's nap time. I feel like passing out as I try to finish that sentence. Damn it. I can't believe this. No way. I can't believe this. It seems I don't even have strength left to form words.
話は後で聞きます。今はあなたを家に連れて帰る。いいですね、シロ。
I don't even have time to say anything back. Saber lends me her shoulder as we're walking toward the stairs. The sky is still gray. We leave the now deserted church. Oh, hey, Lancer. There. In the clearing in front of us is the familiar spearman. Saber glares at him while supporting me. She's so tense that she would slash him without hesitation if he took another step.
いや、違うんだ、セイバー。あいつは俺たちの手助けをしてくれた。
は、ランサーがシロに協力したというのですか？
ああ、そうだ。できれば今は戦わないでくれ。
Saber stares at Lancer in astonishment. It seems like he's fully enjoying Saber's reaction.
それはわかりましたが、なぜですランサー？あなたがシロ
Probably,
に
I
協
don't
力
know.
するなど、何か企みがあるのですか？
あ？なんだ？バカだろお前。んなもんあるに決まってるだろ。裏で企み
You gotta appreciate the honesty. You gotta appreciate the honesty of this guy. I knew he was that kind of guy, but he's thorough as he's making fun of Saber as well.
何がおかしいのです、シロ。
今笑ってたか、俺。
ええ、笑っていました。どうやら私の思い違いだったようですね。笑みがこぼれるほど元気があるのなら、
She's so
その肩を
indignant.
貸すまでもなかったようですが。
It's bad, but that made me a bit relieved. Saber is the same as before. Our connection is gone, but she's here just like before. Then, what's there to regret?
悪い、気が緩んだみたいだ。今はそんな場合じゃなかったな。
はい。リンを取り戻すにしても、今は休まなければ。ランサー。
Lancer, fuck off.
知らぬが、もはや用は済んだのだろう。ならばされ。
I'm tired of you.
私も
Get out of here.
今はあなたとは戦わない。
She declares in a dignified manner and goes down to the clearing.
あ？おい。万事守備よく言ったってわけじゃなさそうだな。
Archer's a big bitch is what's going on.
遠坂がアーチャーに連れて行かれた。これから取り戻しに行くだけだ。
I bared my dizziness and answer looking into Lancer's eyes.
何？おい待て。それはどういうことだ？
I'm sorry, but I don't have any energy left. I can't give such a long explanation, so I should go home and...
アーチャーの目的はシロを殺すことです。そのために私のマスターとなったリンをさらい、交換条件としてシロに一騎打ちを命じました。一日中にアーチャーの元に行かなければ、リンの安全は保証しないそうです。
Well, It was helpful if you'd explain on my behalf, but there's no point in telling Lancer that, Saber.
やろう。やりやがったな。
Then, he takes off his friendly face and grits his teeth.
ランス
Lancer is not happy about it. He's actually big on honor, even though he's kind of a
あの
dick.
野郎一度ならず二度までお嬢ちゃんを裏切ったってわけか。
ええそういうことになりますがそれがどうしたと
どうしたじゃねえ。くそ、気が変わった。手助けするのはこれっきりだったがな。
I'm so mad at Archer, I'm gonna help you again.
寝覚めが悪い。
Lancer spits out and starts walking. The woman respecter has logged in. Saber stares at Lancer silently. I understand how she feels. Lancer's back looked as if he was telling us that he'll join us.
参った素人リンはどんな魔術を使って彼を
No, he's just like that. He's just like that. Saber's voice sounds more shocked than amazed. But unfortunately, I don't have the energy to answer, and my wounds are starting to hurt again. No, first of all, I'm the one who wants to ask that question. Another interlude. What's up? And I recall his dream. The memory of the man who was set up as a hero. The story of a knight whose end came to a place that I can't reach. That hill is his world. The desolate wasteland that the man obtained by fighting for others. Apparently he died smiling in satisfaction, holding on to this view.
バカじゃないの
This guy sucks! Yes, that just makes me seriously mad. He tried his best, worked hard even though he was an ordinary person, and finally obtained a miracle with his own blood. Then it'll be a lie if he doesn't become happy. If he made many people happy, then he had to become happier than all of those people combined. But he did not receive such a reward. The only thing he was given was the fate to be used as a guardian after his death. That's right. Why didn't I realize that? Guardians are summoned into every age. Doesn't that mean that they are summoned from every age? In other words, from the present and the past. And heroic spirits can even be summoned from the future we have not yet seen. Yeah, I know. I get it. I get it. I get who Archer is now. For guardians who are pushed into a position off of the axis of time, the concept of time does not exist. At that point that they become a heroic spirit, they sublimate into something other than what they used to be when they were human. I don't need the Hickman chart again. For guardians who are pushed into a position... Oh, wait, no, that's the... Okay, I got confused by the change. Then, it is possible for a guardian to be summoned into the place and age that they lived in when they were alive. It's vexing when I think about it. It's because neither of them gets salvation. The one that watches his past self, or the one that watches his eventual self. They will only hurt by how they are changed. I already know the end of this big idiot who tried to be of help to others. He became a guardian by choice. He thought that it was more than he could ask for if he could save people even after he died. He did not have the power to save people when he was alive, but he believed that he could break through any tragedy as a heroic spirit. That does sound something stupid you would believe, Shiro. Thinking so, he made a contract with the world to give his body after death, and saved hundreds of lives. He believed he would be able to save tens of thousands of people and more after that. He was betrayed by such hope. Places where heroic spirits and guardians appear are only hell. They only appear when the world is about to be destroyed by people. Humans are beings that perish by their own doing. That's why the process of destruction should always be the same. Shiro's big mistake was thinking that if I become a heroic spirit, was thinking that, like, he would be a common rider type hero of justice who gets to fight, like, evil monsters or whatever, and not just other people. How do I save other people when I have to fight other people to save people? It just doesn't compute. He was only summoned to those hells. In the land where the ones he wanted to save were already dead, he killed even more people. The boy who said he just didn't want to see anyone cry could only see humans crying forever. There is only one thing I can say. He has been betrayed by many things the whole time. And in the very end, he was even betrayed by the only thing he believed in, his ideal. You could even say he drowned in it. I am the bone of my sword. Steel is my body, and fire is my blood. I have created over 1,000 blades. Say that, yeah, we're saying the thing. Don't worry, I'm reading it. I'm reading it as hardcore as I can. Unknown to death, nor known to life, have withstood pain to create many weapons. Yet those hands will never hold anything. So as I pray, unlimited blade works. That was the only spell he was given. What is that? It makes me so mad that I want to beat his chest and scold him. I, Rin Tosaka, have never had any hardships in my life. So I might not have the right to say it, but I believe in working hard and going through pain. It's wrong not to be rewarded for your battles. That's why I'm angry at his unrewarded life, and most of all, I can't leave him, who ended up cursing his life, be. As long as you're my servant, I won't do anything other than what I believe in. I'm not as naive as Shiro Emiya, but there are still things that I cannot give up. No matter who it is, I don't have the intention of giving it up. That's right. That's what I swore that. As long as I'm his master, I will believe in my path like he used to. That's about all I can show to him. That's about the only way I can repay him. That might have been meaningless, but at least I do it so that Archer, who lost sight of his own past, would realize that his life was something he can be proud of. You fight a few horrible blood wars for a long time, and you kind of get numb to it all. The first thing I notice when I wake up from my slumber are the sensations in my limbs. They hurt, and I can't move them. Plus, I'm sitting in a chair and seem to be sleeping in an unnatural position. I don't want to admit it, but I'm in the worst possible situation. One of which was literally the Trojan War, since he has Ajax's shield. That is true. Yeah, one must assume anytime Archer pulls out some weapon, it's because he got personally shown it in all the battles he was forced to fight as a guardian. To be honest, I can't do anything. My hands are behind the chair and restrained by something like handcuffs. My ankles are the same, and I can't stand from my chair. On top of that, my handcuffs and shackles are magecraft resistant, and my magic circuit is so messed up that I can't even create magical energy. Now that I've confirmed my situation, I check my surroundings. It's cold. The room made of stone has no heater, and it is an abandoned place that hasn't been used for a while. It's dark outside the windows. From the looks of it, it's probably past 10 p.m. or so. I glare into the darkness. The shadow of the pillar. The knight in red is sitting on top of a pile of rubble. Stay quietly. You're really just bait. You're not even a hostage. Listen, we all know how much Shiro hates it when girls die. If I imply a girl might die, he'll come running. Archer states without appearing in front of me. There is no sign of previous intimacy. He is really a calm assassin now. I also think about how Archer went out in the Fate route fighting Berserker on Rin's behalf. Like, even if it was a command spell, induced order, it still shows that he cares for her a little bit, I think. That he's willing to, like, die for her. Like, well, I'll get my chance another time. He replies as if it's only natural. The only thing I can see from here is his shadowed side profile. His expression is cold, as if he's wearing a mask. That makes me seriously infuriated.
シローが甘いってことは言われなくても分かってるけど。
I take a breath. It'll end if I say this. Archer will never come back to me if I say that. I take a breath and stare at the man in the shadows.
それでも私はあいつの甘いところが愛しい。
Oh, it'll make him so mad.
あいつはああでなくちゃいけないって。ああいうやつがいてもいいんだって救われてる。けど、あんたはどうなの？そこまでやっておいて、身勝手な理想論を振りかざすのは間違ってるって思ったわけ。何度も何度も他人のために戦って、何度も何度も裏切られて、何度も何度もつまらない後始末をさせられて、それで人間ってものに愛想が尽きたっていうの？あんちゃん。
I get even more angry as I speak, and I'm yelling at the top of my lungs. Archer doesn't answer. His side profile consumed in the shadows is no longer the side profile that I know. He's really mad about it. Interlude out.
全ての人間を救うことはできない。
When I heard that from the man I believed I could save everyone, all I felt was repulsion.
いいかいしろ。正義の味方に救えるのは味方をした人間だけだ。
I didn't like those words either. I didn't want the person who I thought was the hero of justice himself to say such realistic thing. Since that time, my life has just been trying to overturn those words. There is no need for sacrifices. Nobody will be hurt if you work hard and do your best. My old man must have always admired that as well. So,
安心した。
I can't look away from his final moment. Tosaka said that such a life is distorted. I know. I realized that a long time ago. There is no such world where nobody gets hurt. And there is no happiness where nobody gets hurt. Such a convenient utopia does not exist anywhere in this world. The hero of justice that I am trying to become is just hypocrisy.
人助けの果てには何もない。
So, I know that without having to be told.
他人も自分も救えない偽りのような人生だ。
Yeah. Even if that's true, I won't let you say it. Even if it's true, you shouldn't say it. I don't care if anyone other than him denies it. But I won't let him say it. The same things. We have the same beginnings, and even if I were to turn out like that, no, that's why I have to deny him. So that he doesn't approve of my former Shiro Emiya. As long as I am here, I won't approve of him. Even if this dream is distorted. If I believed in this and decided that I will keep on believing in it, then I... should probably go to sleep. I've been up for like 30 hours. I wake up. I look at the clock right away and see that it's past 11 p.m.
目が覚めましたか、シロ。
Saber says in a calm voice, sitting on her knees. It has already been half a day since we came back from the church. She must have been watching over me that whole time I was unconscious.
ああ、起きた。体も問題ないよ。疲れも取れたし、頭痛も消えた。
I get up from bed. The sensations in my limbs are back to usual. The magic circuit that I overused is still exhausted, but it hasn't burned up.
行くのですか、シロ。
Saber suddenly asks. The answer is obvious, so I silently nod back.
わかりました。では私も
Only got one option. We gotta rescue Rin.
ですがシロ。リンは私のマスターです。彼女を救い出すのは私の役目だ。アーチャーは私が止めますから、 シロは。
逆だ、セイバー。アーチャーとは俺がやる。
I really want to kill the me that I think is cringe. I interrupt Saber. She looks at me uneasily.
それはダメだ、シロ。アーチャーはあなたの。
She hesitates, having a hard time saying it.
分かってる。あいつが何者なのかは多分出会った時。
I'm me, he says. I was repulsed by him without reason from the first time we met. I stubbornly hated him, thinking that I could not approve of him. That is only natural. Any person will look away if they are shown their own mistakes.
けど、だからこそあいつがしたことは認めない。あいつとだけは俺が決着をつけなくちゃいけないんだ。
I stand up. My body is in great condition. I feel good. There's only half a day until time is up. I can't spend any more time resting.
シロ。
Yeah, I like that it's like the main melody of
頼
Fate.
む、セイバー。
A good song.
アーチャーとは俺がやる。その時、どうなっても手を出さないでいてほしい。
I bow as I ask Saber.
いいえ、そのようなことをする必要はありません、シロ。あなたがそう望むのなら、私はそれに従いましょう。
Alright, I guess I'll let you die.
この身はあなたの盾になると誓ったのです。その行く末を最後まで見届けます。
Her answer is perfect. Her dignified voice sweeps away the uneasiness lingering on my mind.
ありがとう。セイバーが見守ってくれるなら心強い。
はい。私もあなたがそうであってくれて嬉しい。シロ。
Aw. She smiles back. We've prepared for departure now. We leave my house. Who would have thought that we would go back to that castle again?
おい、お前ら、人の話聞いてねえだろ。
What? Oh.
は？
We both turn around. Hey, Lancer. He's still hanging out. Oh. Come to think of it, Lancer was still here.
なんだ、案外暇なんだな、あんた。
Bro's just chilling. It just slips out. He seems to be aware of it himself, as he doesn't seem to deny it. My master isn't relevant to this story, so I have nothing. I just hang out with you guys.
ランサー、あなたが何を企んでいるかは知りませんが、私たちに同行しても得るものはありません。アーチャーはすでにマスターを持たないサーバント。あなたのマスターが倒したがるとは思えませんが。
ああ、分かってる分かってる。別にアーチャーの野郎をどうこうしようって気はねえ。坊主とやつの殺し合いにも手は出さねえから安心しろ。
Is this whole route just gonna end with Lancer's unnamed master just winning the Grail by default? I feel like it's like what else could possibly
で
happen?
は何のためについてこようというのです。私との
Like everybody's just too busy killing each other over stupid bullshit.
いや、それも願い下げだな。俺は貴様のマスターと敵対する気はない。むしろ売りたいのはオンでね。ここらで菓子を作っておこうと、そういう腹だ。
Alright, man. Saber glares at Lancer, and Lancer aloofly ignores her stare.
わかった。好きにしろ。遠坂を助ける手助けをしてくれるなら、こっちも助かる。
シロ、ランサーは敵です。そのような軽い決断は。
その点は大丈夫だろう。そいつ、根性ひん曲がってるけど、嘘を言うやつじゃ
Yeah, he'd want to fight you like head on. He wouldn't do some sneaky back attack. That's not his style.
したいなら、その前に真正面から倒しに来てるさ。
それはそうですが、しかし。
いや、セイバーが嫌だって言うならおっぱら。けどこいつ、
He's like a
ほっ
dog.
といてもついてくるぞ。それなら、そばにいさせて監視した方が楽だろう。
たった数日で随分と口が上手くなったのですね、シロ。
You've been defeated with facts and logic.
いや、いろいろあったから。ま、そういうことだ、ランサー。俺 俺たちもあんたに関
I
与
guess
しないから
I guess Lancer's just here to be the peanut gallery.
それでいいなら一緒に行こう
I called a Lancer who was watching us with a smile.
十分だ。いや、
He's so sassy.
じゃねえか。セイバーは見ての通り融通が利かないからな。お前が大人になってくれて助かる。
You've got to find out how to talk to girls.
そのようなことはありません。融通が利かないのはむしろシロの方だ。私がどれほど苦労したか、あなたに何がわかるのです。
さあ。なんだ？聞けば話してくれるのか、セイバー。いいぜ。城までは随分とある。
Dude,
道中お前の苦労話
she is not gonna want to talk to you.
なぜ私がそのようなことを説明しなくてはならないのです。それこそあなたには無関係ではないですか。
It's a very funny Saber face. Saber accuses Lancer. Saber and Lancer really don't get along. I don't think that Saber would yell like Tosaka.
まあいいかそれより行くぞ遊んでる暇はないんだできるだけ早く城に行かなくちゃいけないんだからな
This is just the typical interaction between British and Welsh. I leave the two behind and start walking.
シロ、私は遊んでいるわけではありません。
She must still be worked up as she yells as she catches up. Lancer keeps his distance from us and follows us aloofly. Great bit, everybody. It's midnight. I know how long it takes to get to the castle from here. We should be able to make it in time. We'll most likely get there by dawn. Showdown at sunrise. We head towards the masterless old castle in the forest and start walking in the night. Alright, perfect. That's a perfect place to stop. I don't know if we're approaching the end of the route. There's still things to find out, I feel. But we'll have to find out next time. We'll have to find out. The fucking problems, Archer. I have to kill my cringe younger self that I hate. That's all he's thinking about. But with that said, henchmen, this was a good Fate session. I liked everything that happened. Sucks what happened to Ilya though. He is the problems clown. But yeah, this was a good Fate session. We learned a lot about Archer, stuff that I pretty much already suspected like 2 streams ago. They weren't exactly light-handed with their foreshadowing, but you know. This was a good one though. I'm excited to see how this route ends. It feels like we've kind of forgotten about the whole Holy Grail part of this plot, but that's okay. That happens in Tsukihime too. Look forward to announcements and such next week. I'm raising the monitor. I'm raising it. There it goes. Look forward to you know, the usual stream schedule announcements and such in the Discord and on Blue Sky. In the meantime, let's find somebody to raid tonight. Looks like Code Channel is streaming some Kirby. I like Kirby. Go check out Code. I'll see you all next time, henchmen. Thank you very much for hanging out with me tonight. I can't believe the theme of Fate is to not cringe so hard at your teenage self. That's what it's all about. Good night, everybody.